Back to the roots. I'm waiting on some reels to repair. So, I came here to see about depositing my inventory in my house. That doesn't work. That's not a thing. So now I'm just waiting on some reels to repair. Figure. Good a place as any. I should have done it on Ladoga and bait farmed there, but here we are. Alas. Maybe I'll go to the campsite. Is there no way to hide gear? Can you put it in the tent and it's out of your inventory? Because my inventory is just out of control with rods. I also should have repaired that. It wouldn't have been worth the travel, no. Just put grease in it. Putting shit in your house doesn't remove it from your inventory. And that was kind of shocking. Can you put it in the tent and it'll get out of your inventory? That's what I was asking you. I don't know. Because, yeah, I'd like to drop off some rots. I broke down and bought a second carp rod. And move some points around in bottom fishing because I'm sick of not having fucking the ability to cast my carp rod. So now I'll just have not have the ability to cast one feeder rod. Yeah. Yeah, I got like 4 rods I'd put away. 5, 6. Oh, that's gone. I swear I was fishing here the other day and I was doing well. Maybe it was further down. I saw somebody say it was a rough spot, and then I came here and caught everything but roughs. Maybe I just need to get deeper. Three carp rods and 3 HSVs. Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I played before HSV existed, first of all. um, and you went carp rods over feeder rods? It's a smart choice, honestly. If you're willing to be patient enough for it. Good prereq. I also think the HSV is slightly overrated. Especially as a bottom reel. It's definitely not a good bottom reel. Yeah, I did Fortuna feeders too. That's where I'm at now, is swapping Fortuna feeders and just I want the 7 points back out of feeder rod. I don't want to waste those points anymore. But the HSV is overrated. I think it's a very good 1 or 2 of reel. I think it's really good trolling reel and spinning reel, but I think it's a bad bottom reel. A Nagara is a better bottom reel. There's no denying it, arguing it. Unfortunately, we don't really set up that way. But I agree. I think everyone should have at least 1 or 2 HSVs now with the state of the game. And I think spinning is, at least with my group of people, spinning is far more popular mid-late game. Oh yeah, Tommy, you still don't have a Trophy Mondays, do you? The Tagara? Yeah. I have a Tagara, an HSV, a Nagara, and I got a Sputnik given to me, I think, or I won it. I have a Sputnik Alpha or whatever. Oh shit, I forgot what rod that was. The Sputnik's butts. More like Buttnicks. It just feels weak too. I think there is more to reels than everyone besides the numbers as well. Because I think my fucking 9.5 kilo ultralight reel has a better chance at landing fish than my Sputnik at 14.5 kilos. But it's a $6,000 reel compared to a $2,500 reel, right? It's picker rods. What is the advantage you think you're getting there? Because my problem with spreading your shit out is the points. Don't break my little ultralight here. This fucking wind's causing problems. Oh, I missed that one. BKJ, what do you mean what happened? I don't know. Where are we? Pickers are better for small fish. Yeah, but like, how? Like what? I understand that from a realism standpoint, but how from a game standpoint? I don't have any problem catching small fish on my carp rods. Oh shit, that's gone. I didn't even notice. Uh-oh. 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 We're breaking. We're breaking. All day. That's not shame. Gotta get it right, guys. That's an F. You feel bad when people lose their gear. You make fun of them when they lose their fish. Was that a monster? No, it's an ultralight. Ultralight garbage telly. can't see roughs or bleaks bite your Fortuna carp. Have you turned your tip sensitivity down? Because I use Fortunas to fish roughs and smelt and all kinds of things. You turn your sensitivity on your tip down? But if you're just gonna use the pickers to lay at shore and fish smelt and roughs and things, it's fine, I guess. I personally am at a point with points and experience, like leveling gets really, really crazy difficult. So if I want to have points where I want them, I just can't afford a whole nother rod type. That's why I'm trying to get out of feeders and just straight into carp exclusively. Hey, Paps. Yeah, nah, I have to swap your reels around. Yeah, if I got to a point with reels, you know, if I end up buying more cigars, I'd probably do the same and just leave. Or even gear. But I'm at the point now where I've been trying to buy everything oversized in preparation for the next thing, you know, not buy shit that's pointless. Like my carp rod for my HSV is now set up so that I could do a locking build with that if I wanted to catfish with it or sturgeon fish with it and not be as risky as it was with an HSV. But it'd be a full 30 kilo setup instead of a... Yeah, setup ultralight's great, but I'm as someone who's bought a couple along the way, what a waste of money. If you don't go all the way with ultralight to the top shit, I fucking love this reel though. This thing, I'm not kidding you, dude. It feels like an absolute powerhouse. This Zeman, the JSX, the top spinning ultralight reel, that thing is just, it is stronger. Is it 9 or 9.5? 9 or 9.5 kilo reel. But man, it, like I said, it feels stronger than my Sputnik Alpha at 14.5 kilos. I thought my Sputnik Alpha was all worn out earlier because it was pulling drag on a 3 kilo Xander. But no, it's just a shitty reel. But yeah, so I don't think ultralight, if you're trying to be somewhat efficient, if you're like me where you know you're not going to have thousands of hours to invest in this game to just buy shit, I would hold out on ultralight until you were in a position that it was, you were buying the best one. Because the 2.5 kilo ultralights, the 4 kilo ultralights, they're just not good enough to use. You end up just wasting 40 minutes catching 2 kilo chubs, which isn't going to get you any kind of ultralight records. You're not going to earn any money on it, and you're only going to, and you're still going to get garbage experience, even with 100%, because it's just chubs and perch, and you know you're not going to be able to chase the species that are actually worth that 100% bonus. The 9.5 kilo reel, I can go fish it on Yama. I haven't been spooled yet on Yama. I'm sure eventually a Chinook will steal me, but so far I haven't. You know, I've landed 7, 8 kilo chums and stuff like that. Yeah, I would recommend it too. And like I said, unless you're a guy that just knows he's going to spend the next 2 years of his life playing this game, I eventually have to go back to streaming games people want to watch, or I'll go broke in real life. So I know that I gotta be a little more careful with wasting my money. The best ultralight's actually casting, but again, it's that same points problem. Though I think casting, for some reason, the game is super kind with casting, right? Yeah, and gives you the rod bonus, which is weird. Just doesn't give you the reel bonus. I don't know why it does it here. These aren't the same rod. I think they're just maybe trying to get people to use casting because it's such a pain in the ass. Does it do the same there with... It doesn't do it with jerkbait rod or rig, though. Because that's the same with jerkbait, man. Like, I'd love to fish jerkbaits, but I'm not about to invest 20 grand in fucking 7. You probably don't need the jerkbait points. You probably could cast far enough. Maybe you do, though. I don't know. Like, my ultralight casts too fucking far. It's overkill. I can cast all the way to that shore with my ultralight and a fucking Aquila. And that's just too far. Ends up being tiresome. What? What? In the point loop right now, yeah, it's tough, man. I just swapped around, like I said. At least some of the points, it's hard to judge just exactly how useful they are. We talked about this a bit yesterday. Fuck me, I'm missing them all. Different fish than I'm used to. The smelt, when they walk like that, you can pick them right up. That's part of telescopic fishing, I think, is learning how each fish behaves so you know when you can set the hook without losing it. And as you can see by my float fishing skill, I did not do a lot of this early game. Which is why I've been really just bait fishing, throwing those fish out. Leveling my skills. Yeah, we were at 48% 2 days ago. I did finally... So yeah, I took my points out of feeder rod today, bought another carp rod, and I did put points into slip rigs. Or slider rigs. I doubt I'll ever use anything but slider rig until I get sandwich bait, if that's got points. Because you can just use slider rig to replace the normal rig. Match rod, yeah. Yeah, I honestly am just going to put my bolo away. I don't use it. It's not a fun technique for me. Everywhere I'd like to use it is current hell, so I'll spin those instead. If I'm going to chase small fish like Kessler herring and black spine and stuff like that, I'll just throw wacky worms or spinner. It's less painful to play. I have actually grown quite fond of bait fishing with 3 tellies, though it can be a hoot. As I will miss one. Don't you do it to me. I should double check that these are all on slider rigs. Yeah. There's so many spin skills too, man. And so many techniques that I like. Texas and Carolina. I do use Texas. I don't really use Carolina. I feel like Carolina should be good for things like char, but it never works out for me. Drop shot's amazing in real life, but I've had very little luck with it in the game. 3-way I've never even touched. Yama's always... I think Yama's too good, honestly. Experience-wise, at least. I'm at a real tough point at level 34 here, where if I'm not fishing Yama, I'm not getting experience. Like, not at a reasonable rate. But Yama's just crazy experience. It died out for me yesterday, though. I think yesterday? It was really good last week. It was fucking crazy good. And some days last week where I was like 650 silver an hour. Good orders at Yama, too. Lots of easy orders to complete for decent money. Just waiting on my reels to repair, and then I'm gonna go back to reel fishing, I guess. Chinese sleeper? Yeah. Storybook Brawl's very good. Did you? I have not gotten a trophy yet. I don't think I've gotten a trophy off Yama. I can't look at anything. The one problem with bobber fishing, you just can't look away. Even digging is dangerous. My bobber's gone. Oh no, it's not. Maybe it was. No, 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 no. You fucker. $100 silver buy-in. It's super easy to make that $100 back. It only takes 30 minutes of fishing to make that $100 back at Yama, even if you're not catching good species. I would used to be super shitty about the cost of Yama too, and end up spending more time there than I wanted. But like I said, Yama's just real good right now. Actually, I think the best I've been having lately for consistent buck, Yama has its ups and downs for me buck-wise, is Aspen. Tuba. Super consistent. But I haven't been on the buck farm like at all. I'll probably do a little here in the next couple days because I want to have some money for Christmas. I'm broke. I just bought a carp run. Yeah, like 10 minutes. Yeah, it's not bad. But like I said, I know I'm at a point with the game where I will never reach level 45 and shit like some people are that play with me. That 90 million experience needed to get to 41 is never going to happen. It's more experience than I've earned in all my playtime. Maybe if I start AFKing Amber. You butthole. That's a rare one on telescopic. All right. Yeah, that's a shame. Now you're doing it right. There you go. They will do the Christmas. I mean, they should. I don't know why they wouldn't. They just talked about it, the next lake coming, so they've done a Christmas thing. I think every year the game's existed. I missed last year's Christmas, I think. Whichever year had the spinners with snowflakes. I didn't get the spinners with snowflakes. The Christmas spinners are amazing, though. They're like my go-to spinner always. Oh my god, you would, game. And then that one goes to, and then that one goes. They're all 3 under. That one might break. No, it's fine. Are you still under? Holy shit. Yeah, I've been very careful with mine because I only have a backup of like 1 of them. So I don't run them on like my ultralight and stuff, and that's why I really want to save up for Christmas so I can have some that I don't mind losing. Where are you headed? Oh, to Breaky Town. Maybe not. Maybe not. I got stuck. God damn it, game. Why do you do this to me? Maybe a little cast will help. We'll cast. Let's try to set the rod down. Will that push and pick it up? Nope. Still stuck. Let me free. I haven't seen the handmade spinners on the lists as much as I used to. I really need to cook. I wonder, anyone got a crucian carp spot on mosquito? I think I can cook up some crucians. I fucked it. Bait fishing, I'm actually waiting on reels to repair. They're in the repair shop getting new lube. I haven't put my reels to the test lately, so all that's worn out is the grease. It was cheap, and I was there, and I was like, I'll just do it real quick. If that was a smelt, I could get it, but I think I'll wait. You gotta replace your reel lube. Bait fishing, I'm just fishing. I'm just bobber fishing. I should go find some crucians. Yeah, let's go explore the lake. Why does it look like a grass donut? I don't know. I've always asked the same question. That fish knew I was leaving and wanted to come with me. This looks like Snag City. Here, this looks better. Just in case there's bleaks and frogs. We'll throw one in for that. This thing will get... I should have done that the other way around. This should be the bleak frog one, because it's going to get smoked over here. If I get a crucian on. I'm running the tiniest possible damn hooks. Off the dock towards the bridge. Okay. I'll give these a second, then go try that. I haven't played the new mosquito like at all. I feel like it's got to be confusing for the poor newbies. Big ass fucking lake now. A lot bigger fish too. Hey, there's a crucian. I don't know what size they need to be to cook. Probably big. Oh, I can eat those roaches too. They have to be bigger than that to eat the roaches, though. I picked up the wrong rod. Picked up the wrong rod. I fucked it. Yeah, I'm moving. This tree's annoying. Funny too, though, too. I mean, to me, though, the best part of the game was still fucking spending 40 minutes fighting a grassy on Oldberg. I mean, that hooked a lot of players, I think. It's a squishable crucian, at least. Maybe I should have stayed over there and targeted white bream. I caught one. I don't even know what their favorite food is. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Just eat it. Saber 60, 20 kilogram grass carp. Oh no, my Lacardi, 4.5 kilo, 20 kilogram grass carp. Running circles around Oldberg till he gets stuck in the pond. I actually think my first real big carp out there was a black carp. Like a 12 kilo black carp or something. I still haven't got a trophy grassy. What are they trophy at? Is it 2025? I'm bad at the alphabet. 28. Stop off and see how long my reels got. Oh, not long at all. Off the dot. Not like that, huh? Yeah, I don't use fancy, especially telescopic. I don't use fancy hooks. This isn't all gonna fit on this little dock, is it? But I mostly fish small too, so I guess it's... If I was gonna try to fight a fish, I'd use a better hook. Oh, buddy. I didn't change the bait back on that USSR stick. Is that a gibble or a gibble? Hey, Lindsay. Let's get brave. A little wet bread. I didn't lower the depth, damn it. Your dream to go ice fishing? Enjoy. I hope I get my dream of winter doesn't happen. And I can go regular fishing. No! Yeah, I don't like ice fishing. Never have gotten into it. It's like the only type of fishing that if I get offered it, I'll just say, nah, nah. And not because I don't catch fish. First time I went ice fishing as a kid was probably the most fish I ever caught in a day. At that time in my life. I don't see my bobber. Well, it might have been there. Sometimes I just don't see it. These damn tiny bobbers. It's really good, especially if you're the type of person who wants to like freeze fish and keep them in the freezer. Ton of good bait or panfish fishing in the winter. Fishing at the hot springs. If there were fish there, I'd fish it. I'm just saying. Damn, a kebab is full food and hunger? Or full hunger? Get some of these good dock worms. Ooh, fat yield. 15 worms, 4 red worms, 2 cockchafers. What's up, Killabunk? I woke up today and I'm scrolling through my notifications and they're backwards, right? So this is what really confused me was, oh, I had my indicator over that bobber. I started scrolling down and all of a sudden there's this picture of this woman dressed up like Xena or some shit, I don't know, telling me she's gonna save me from my fishing addiction, and I'm like, who the fuck is this woman? And yeah, hell yeah, please do. So I immediately start like trying to figure out who the hell she is, if I know who she is. And without scrolling through the rest of my notifications, I thought I was getting hit on for a minute, and then I scroll through the rest of my notifications and it's like, you've addicted my daughter and my man to fishing and I want to battle you to the death. And I was like, oh damn it. Thought fishing found me love. Now I just have to steal Gallagher's old lady instead. There are worse ways to die, for sure. Well, it was really confusing because she's like a mommy blogger. And I'm like, who the hell is this mommy blogger that's watching my stream, my fishing streams? I'm so confused. Why is she coming to rescue me from my fishing addiction? You had a 2-week vacation? Oh yeah, your COVID vacation? Nice. It's been a weird, it's been a weird couple of days for my interactions with moms. I went to that Girl Scout meeting yesterday, and some of you saw on Twitter. I'm going out to smoke. And I could tell the lady, all right, so let's start from the beginning. I walk in the house, we're having the meeting, and I'm immediately like, smells pretty dank in here. I'm like, whatever. You know, there's teenage boys in the house. Probably, you know, parents who partake a little in the devil's lettuce. And anyway, we're painting, doing crafts, doing what you do in Girl Scouts. And she sees me going to grab my jacket, and I just kind of went like, you know, I was going to go smoke a cigarette. And she's like, so I follow the lady upstairs into her bedroom, and she opens the door, and it looks like, honestly, like something from my teenage years. There's fucking weed posters everywhere. Jars, but like way like our teenage fantasy. Weed posters everywhere and just jar after jar of weed. Plants hanging all over the place. Rolling trays out, bongs out. And I'm just like, whoa, Girl Scout mom hosting this event. Big fans blowing the stink out. She's like, you can vape in here. And I'm like, sweet. Tell her she was single. She was at least 50, maybe closer to 60, and not my type at all. But it was fun. I enjoyed getting to know her. I'm not trying to rat her out. It's legal here. There's nothing wrong with what she was doing. She was above the book. Maybe had a little more weed than she could, but... but it was very funny. Not what I expected at all. It made me think, though, like, how much we all try to, like, hide who we are, you know? Her house was very nice and cleaned up very well for the Girl Scout meeting, and there's all these prissy, preppy moms in their minivans down there with their kids. And, you know, we're just not that person 24/7. But we all show up at drop-off and pickups, looking nice in our sports utility vans. And then some of us go home to our pot den. Some of us go home to talk about their pot dens on the internet with strangers. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. And like, yeah, it didn't bug me at all. I think that's why she like invited me in. I have that look. I'm telling you, everywhere I go in life, I get offered weed. Old men try to smoke with me. Fucking teenagers try to smoke with me. Everywhere I go, people are like, "Hey man, you want to hit this?" I'm like, "Why? What about me screams, dude wants to get high?" But yeah, like I have no judgment of the woman. I don't give a shit. Maybe not the best place for a Girl Scout meeting. But she was doing her part to, you know, blow it out the window. I bet other moms would have lost their fucking mind if they saw it, though. Yeah, I don't drink or drug, so I grew up around both, and it scared me away from it, so I don't do either really. I'll partake in the devil's lettuce here and there if the mood is right, but mostly I'm a big straight edge loser. But again, Zaylor, it is legal. So is it really any different that she has a little weed den upstairs than every other house I've been in that has a liquor cabinet and a bar? No, not really. Just the fact that we choose one. If she's not actively smoking in the house when we're in there, it's not like it's going to affect anybody. How do I put things in my tent? Move to tent. It's very weird to me that you have a house, but you can't actually leave things behind at your house. Just at your tent. Your super secure tent. I like very rarely use this rod. No, I might still use that rod. No, I can just use this one. There's no reason not to just use this one. Yeah. Except line guide's wearing out, but like I haven't burned through line guides on any rod I've ever owned, have I? What's the rod I've had the longest? Probably one of these. I mean, they're getting worn out though. Holy, you know, I guess my line guides are more worn out than I realized. What the fuck's it even do? Will they break? Is it a weakness factor or does it wear my line out more? You do, Fizz? Why? Do you have a reason or just cuz? Apparently, I don't know that I've ever repaired line guides. Damaged line guides, damage your line. I figured. Let's go check out my line guides. The reason you mainly fish with mono line. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot more scenarios where I get spooled than at least used to be. Not anymore, I guess. Where the hell do you buy 1,000 meters of line? How much IRL money with a fishing? It's hard to judge. In real life, like, I don't know what the most expensive fishing reels are. However, I will say the like top end stuff that I know guys are using is still only rod and reel. $600-700. Like that's like top end that I know of. There is some exotic stuff. But yeah, Abu Garcia's top reel is $500. That's not the highest end Shimano. Don't, maybe this website's a liar. Yeah, these St. Croix rods can get $600. You'll spend more on a rod than I think a reel. I know some of the musky reels I look at are like $400 or $500, but in Europe you can easily go over $3 grand for carp stuff. Really. I don't agree with you, Fizzy. I think it's the same as anything. I have one high-end rod reel, and it's absolutely better than anything else I own. But 99% of people would not know that, would not understand why. And it's definitely one of those scenarios that you shouldn't buy it if you aren't 100% sure why you're buying it, what you're gaining from it. And the funniest part is I'll see guys with really high-end gear using it for the absolute wrong species of fish and using it just really poorly. There's a lot more things you can do to improve your fishing than buy high-end fishing gear. However, if it really is your, your sport, your job, your hobby, your passionate hobby, I would not fault anyone for buying a $400 reel, It just won't land you any bigger fish. No, it will. It will land you more fish. 100%. 100%. What it comes down to is, honestly, the bigger reels, it comes down to the smoothness of your drag. And that will land you more fish. You'll have less issues with fish getting off. But again, it's such an irrelevant thing to so many people because so many people aren't even fine-tuning their drag to the fish they're fighting. They just go out with their rod and reel and throw it in the water and fish, and they don't adjust their drag based on, they're fishing crappie or bass or pike or muskie. They just throw their rod out there. If the fish is pulling drag, they turn it up. That's it. That's the extent of what they do with their drag. So yeah, I agree and disagree. I do think there is a purpose up for it, but it wasn't created for average fishermen, and it is marketed towards average fishermen. But you're completely wrong. No, it won't. You're completely wrong, sir. You just are. I mean, you don't understand how fishing reels work if you're telling me that a smoother drag won't keep more fish on the line. Then you're just a fool that doesn't understand the drag of a reel. But 100% having a smoother, quicker releasing drag will keep more fish on the line. That's just a fact you cannot debate if you understand how reels work and how fishing works. Because he's sponsored, Bad Juju? Nah, that's bullshit. He only uses Abu Garcia because he's sponsored. Who Garcia doesn't make the best reels anymore. Haven't for years. They make a good enough reel, a close enough comparison to the best reels on the market. But again, what you're debating is that, well, not you, but what that guy was debating is that, again, I think 99 out of 100 times, a $100 reel will land you the same fish that a $300 reel will. But there's that one time. There's that one time where it fucking mattered, and you'll never know for sure, but a smoother drag is going to release line quicker in a smoother rate without less that you get from a cheap drag, which is the fast impacts, which is what gets a fish to bounce off the hook. But again, that's such an irrelevant number and such a minuscule thing that I'd rather people just take the time to learn how to use their equipment they have as efficiently as possible. You'll catch a lot more fish that way. I mean, even professional bass fishing now, they don't fight with drag. They only do if they're like drop shotting deep water, or finesse fishing. Otherwise, they got 50-pound braid, they're using a bait caster, and they reel it in. And you know why? Because they have determined that you'll catch more fish more consistently if you just let the fish spend less time in the water. So all they're doing is just going, skipping it across the top of the water and flinging it on the boat as fast as they can. More expensive baitcasters do have less backlash issues, and it's because they have better, smoother brakes. It's like that's like arguing brakes in a car, right? You can buy the cheapest bottom dollar brakes, and your car will stop 99 out of 100 times when you need it to. But you're going to tell me that getting upgraded calipers, floating rotors, bigger rotors, drilled rotors isn't better. Is it anything anyone actually needs? Nope. Not at all. But it's better. It's just better. And you can't debate that fact. And it's all designed for the same reason. It's going to last longer. It's going to be more efficient. It's going to stop better. But again, irrelevant to you don't race, so you don't need it. All right, now I'm going fishing. Don't buy expensive fishing gear unless you have stupid money or you're really trying to get into like serious competitive fishing. Otherwise, my favorite price point's about $100. Rod and reel, $100. You're gonna get good stuff. It's gonna last. It's gonna land you most of your fish. How you doing, Tipsy? What are you doing up at this hour? Oh wait, it's not early anymore. When did it become 11 o'clock? I thought it was like 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm up because I'm an idiot who can't stay on a sleep schedule. It's still only 8 a.m. If it fits in the hand and the balance. Comfort. Yeah, comfort adds up depending on how you fish, for sure. You know, when I'm bass fishing, I can cast 350 fucking times. That's why I'll never be a muskie fisherman. I'm not gonna sit out there fucking throwing in 8-foot rod and reel all day. Wait, where am I going? Oh, yeah, that's right. My body couldn't do it. I don't know how I fucked my schedule up this week. I was just trying to think of what I did, but somewhere along the lines. Probably fished. Actually, yes, that's... Oh, no. I had conferences. So I was supposed to be up for conferences. So I stayed up for conferences. And then they delayed it, so I had to stay up forever. Yeah, I'd like to do a little of it. I just wouldn't want it to be my go-to hobby. I'm upset that man wouldn't argue with me more. I wasn't. I was getting winded. I mean, I don't think so. Hello, tiny fish. I see you. But I would have anyway. See, rod is the one that is hardest, I think, to really justify. And again, you're going to get into like this whole idea of how many people are actually matching the rod to their technique. I know so many guys who just throw on whatever they want on their favorite rod, and that's just wrong. My poor little brother tries to post sometimes on these little fishing forums, and he's always using the wrong gear when he posts, and then just gets shit ripped for it. And I'm like, yeah, dude. He's like, but I caught the fish. And I was like, yeah, exactly. You can. That's the great thing about fishing. Even in this video game, you can do it completely wrong and still catch the biggest one that's ever been caught. The fish always gets away. Does it break your line or does it get off the hook? Does it say fish got away or your line get busted? Gets off the hook. Fish got away. Okay. So better quality hooks will have a much higher success rate. So if you're using the cheap bottom of the barrel rusty hooks, you're going to lose a lot more fish. The longer you fight them, like we were just talking about with real fishing, the longer you fight them, the better your odds of losing a fish. So that bigger fish, you have more chance for that. So when you're shopping for hooks, you'll actually, the price goes up and you'll actually see like a quality rating goes up and they'll be successful. The other alternatives, there's a big debate right now on whether or not holding shift to when you're reeling in fish increases your chance of losing them. I think it does. I think it does tremendously. There's a lot of people that tell me it doesn't. Can't prove it one way or another. That looks like a big smelt. Damn it, not big enough. And the last thing is the size of the hook for the type of fish you're fighting. I think you're more likely to lose a big fish if your hook... You're more likely to lose a fish, period, if your hook isn't the right size for the fish, right? So like a size 8 hook for a 2-kilo fish, a size 24 hook for a under 50-gram fish, a 2-aught hook for 12 plus kilograms, right? I don't know why I say it so weird, kilograms. But anyway, and I think that again applies. I do think holding shift for me personally, and it seems to be person to person, but for me personally, holding shift, I've lost so many fish this week. I used to always hold shift. There's a debate going around with Russian fishermen if or not they changed that. Is this game like a competitive thing? There's tournaments and weekly records and overall records, and so in a way it's competitive. That's a frog and I want it. I'm not going to get there in time, I don't think. Pick up the rod, you fool! Move with it! Ah ha ha! Froggy, froggy! Ribbit. Yeah. I don't like the hook. It's interesting to me because this game, like they advertise, made by fishers for fishers kind of thing. And I think for the most part, these guys know quite a bit about fishing in comparing it to every other fishing game I've ever played. But they do have some things that I'm like, man, that's just not how... That's just way too much of an impact. But maybe they decided to do it from a game standpoint. The hook, like the hook sizes, I think the same with line stuff. You know, IRL, I don't think braided line or mono line is going to really cost you that many fish unless you're bottom fishing or bobber fishing. Even then, you got like a lot of things to consider, like water clarity and... But braided line in muddy river water, I don't believe has ever cost me a fish. Obviously, I don't know. I don't have a camera down there to see. But I don't know anybody using floral leaders to catfish. I don't know the hooks off the top of my head to know if that's a high quality hook or a little cheapo. That's a big smelt. He's done it! Wish that was on my ultralight. I already had a trophy smelt with spinning, but I didn't have one with a bobber, so I was upset. Today I lost 2 trophies, no idea. How do you know you lost 2 trophies? Yeah, there is also just going to be scenarios where fish got away. I did leave out the obvious things like maintaining line tension is important. I think if you leave the trolling on in the boat, you lose more fish when you're fighting it. I think you lose a lot more fish in river current when you're fighting against it. There's like a lot of things that I have opinions on how it affects fishing, but I can't, you know, I've said forever with this game, it's a really hard game to prove anything. You can only go off your experiences. You don't have the actual data, right? I've never had angle of rod affect anything. I used to even land fish turned all the way around backwards with my rod bent up over my head. It's one of my favorite techniques. It is the best thing about this game. It is what makes it the best fishing sim, is the fact that there's so much going on we're unaware of. It's what makes Fishing Planet suck. You can solve Fishing Planet. You learn where the trophies are and what baits they like and what time of day they are, and then you go catch it every single day and go, well, this game's no fun. What makes this game special is the fish are always moving. They're always changing what they like to eat. And there's all these unknown factors. I caught a rare trophy at like level 8 in this game. There are people who are like level 30 that have never caught a single one. Like I said, you can be doing it wrong and get lucky. That's fishing. I have an 8-year-old, so I frequently fish with kids. And they just get lucky a lot, doing nothing. But yeah, when it comes to losing fish, I would try better hooks. I only use... the first thing I do when I buy a new lure, rip the hooks off it. I'm getting confused which rod is which. Is rip the hooks off and put expensive hooks on it. First thing I do every single time. And I very rarely... What the fuck? That bobber just vanished. Wow. Goddamn rocket ship. Stupid frogs and their ability to swim faster than the speed of light. Catching bream. I'm not a bream guy. I don't want to give you bad advice. But bream is a fish that you're unlikely to get spooled. I was just talking to this with someone and, oh, there's another frog. And somebody in my little fishing guild here. When I'm telescopic fishing, I use cheap hooks because I don't plan on the fight lasting long enough to matter. So I'll buy the $10 hooks. If I'm bottom fishing, I'm buying near the top quality if I can afford them. I don't know what level you are. Early levels, you're just going to have to accept the fact that some fish get away. Is that frog again? Because you can't afford it. You know, you don't want to be buying $30 hooks and getting spooled. But in my experience, the more expensive the hook, the better chance you're going to have of getting the fish in. These frogs, man. Why do they love this rod specifically so much? Yeah, rocket frogs. I'm actually mad I'm catching too many big smelt. I need smaller ones to squeeze. You don't like level 11? Yeah, man, you're in the struggle spot of fish are going to get away. They're going to spool you. I wouldn't overinvest. I'd be buying $10 hooks probably if I were you, which sounds like what you're using. I think similar to what I've got. Yeah, the happy hooks. I use a lot of those when I'm bobber fishing because I expect to lose them. I expect to get... My line's going to get snapped if I get a big one out here. The other thing with hooks is finding the hooks that continue to make the bite rate good. You don't want to get, like, yes, bigger hooks, more likely to get a trophy, perhaps. That's the saying anyway. But the problem is a lot of times you slow the bite rate down so bad that it's unbearable. So finding the right size hook for the species you're after, that the bite rate is good and you're catching decent size fish. Start small, work your way up kind of deal. Going trolling for the 12 months. This bobber's missing again. It must have been another frog swam it to the moon. Or maybe I didn't see it. That's a decent looking smelt right there. Yes, sir. I think size 10, 12 is a really good hook for, like, again, numbers. It's definitely one of my favorite go-to sizes. And you can still catch 4 kilogram fish on a size 12 hook. Like, it can still happen. But I'm not patient enough to sit around for 10 minutes waiting on the hog. I'd like to do some more science with it, you know, the best science I can anyway. I really feel like leader size is going to be more important than hook size for a lot of fish, like bream, like crucian, like gibble. I was running 3 kiloliters bottom fishing over here, and like every single crucian I caught was 900 grams of 1.1 kilo. And I was running size 22 and 24 hooks, catching 900 gram and 1.1 kilo crucians and gibbles. I was like, well, I've been catching all these good gibbles. Why don't I try swapping to gibble stuff? Maybe I'll get a couple of trophies easy. So I swapped my hooks to size 10s. Put on actual carp bait. And every gibble I caught was 300. And put on bigger leaders because I was afraid those 3 kilogram leaders wouldn't be able to handle a trophy gibble or crucian. So I put on like 12 kilo leaders. And immediately just started catching nothing but 300 gram, 200 gram, 400 gram carp. Swap my hooks around, every different size from fucking 24 to 2. Same effect. Nothing changed. It was just small gibbles. Went back to the small leaders and the small hooks and said, forget this carp thing, and here the big carp again. The hooks do have a break string. I've never broke a hook, so I don't think it's something you really have to worry about until, like, super big fish. Yeah, so if you're level 11 and you said you were losing trophy bream, I will make you feel a little better. You never lost the trophy bream. Because I don't think bream trophy till like 6 kilos. You broke a cheap hook on Corey? I mean, it's still, Corey, you're talking about a big ass fucking fish, Raptor. If it broke your hook. What hook did it break, do you know? You got a trophy bream on a 4 kilo set. Yeah, sure. It's possible. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying the odds the dude lost 2 trophy bream at level 11. Oh, bream is 4.4 kilo. Trophy is 7. Sorry, I got it mixed up. The odds the dude lost 2 trophy bream at level 11 are like, you know, really, really fucking low. I think it was a happy, but I used 20 max kilogram meters on Corey. Do you? I haven't really tried playing around with leader size on Corey, though I don't usually use over 20 kilo because my gear isn't very good. Trophy bream is 4 kilo, and it doesn't matter what map for trophy. According to the cheat sheet, anyway. Why use this bait for smelt, caddisfly is faster? I love when people just tell me I'm wrong. It's probably my favorite thing in the game. But I'm sorry, sir. You're wrong. Caddisfly has a big problem of it catches fucking everything. Flies only catch 3 fish in this spot. That's not true, 4. But I used caddisfly here for many hours. And yes, you do catch smelt. But you also catch crucians and gibbles and perch and a lot more roach and 3-spine sticklebacks and even an eel. I mean, by saying what... I didn't mean that you like a dick or anything like that, but by saying X is better than Y, you're telling me that what I'm doing is not the right method. But no, I've tested it a lot here. By far the best bait for smelt. If you just want to catch smelt, it's like bleak. If you just want to catch bleak, the best bait is flies. And our little group of fishermen here have pulled about a dozen trophy smelt out of this hole with flies in the last 3 days. The only competition here is frogs, which I don't mind because I'm trying to level bait crafting anyway. The occasional roach, like 1 in 20 is a roach. Stupid roach. That's a good looking smelt. It's gone now though. Oh no, it didn't leave. It wasn't that good. A 20-kilogram black sea beluga on a telly stick? Wow. What? I wonder how the fuck they managed that. You want to bellow. Sorry, not sure of the lingo. Damn it, I missed that one. And that one. All to catch a roach. Yeah, I'd love to see the guy that caught that beluga, or whatever. Yeah, you said it was black sea beluga? You can lift them straight up to the shell. Yeah, you get it out of the water before it can fight, right? That's the key to catching those big ones with telesticks. is what I was told. I don't actually know. That or trapping them in a corner, yeah. But I don't know how you trap a beluga in a corner with a telestick. This game has a lot more... What is the player average on this game? It has a lot more players than I feel like it... I expect. Not that it should. It deserves everyone, the world. But man, the speed at which every single fish, a decent version of every single fish is caught every week is nutty. I know because I picked this one up. One's going to go first now. Oh, two's getting in the mix too. Fucker, two's ready. Or not. That's a roach. 9 out of 10. When they're bop, 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 bop like that, it's a roach. Smelt walk it around. Roach fucking peck at it forever. Oh, it might be a smelt. I think I saw it there. Yeah, it was. Really? There's that many people? That's pretty impressive, dude. This late into the game? Oh, you're right. And then that doesn't count the standalone version, which probably has close to the same number of players because they've been pushing that so hard since I started, basically. That was a bleak. We don't mind those. I mean, that's pretty decent game numbers for any multiplayer game, Raptors. Like, that isn't one of the big ones. I think that's more players than fucking Storybook had. Feature online is surprisingly weak. It just doesn't look like you're really getting anything else. I guess they added an American DLC, but... It's such a close game to this, in my opinion. I wouldn't want to play it, too. Fishing Planet? Fishing Planet is just for Americans that want to bass fish. I talk about this all the time, so the subject gets repetitive, but yeah, Fishing Planet doesn't have the true fishing sim aspects that this game has. I hear they're getting better about it, but I don't know that they can fix it now. I think it's too late. But this game has fish that move dynamically based on fishing pressure, just time, because the devs decide they want to, and that makes the fishing in this feel so much more enjoyable and realistic. I guess it's enjoyable and upsetting, right? You can't have the highs without the lows kind of deal. Fishing Planet is just all highs, no lows. You can fish the same spot every day, set the clock to what time you want to fish, and catch a trophy every single day. Yep. But it's not just the bass, Sailor. It's every fish in the game is a set. When I played, was a set spawn with a set bait, and it never changed the entire time I played. Supposedly, the new maps they created in the last couple of years have dynamic fish, but they hadn't gone back and retrofit the old maps for that. This isn't even you come back tomorrow and it's dead. This, you can literally fish it to death. You can be standing there and it dies. They also change the weather, for sure. Some fish are way better with certain weathers, and the weather's constantly changing day to day, in-game day to day. This new lake, they don't. They just said imminent, but it's Russia, so I don't know. Imminent could be. Christmas is coming too. It'd be interesting if they tried to drop it at Christmas, but it'll probably be after Christmas is my guess. I'd guess mid-January. Random guess. My daughter's gym teacher wants to have a conference? Why do I need to know how my daughter's doing in gym? Please don't do this to me, game. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Oh, I got it. I got it. Big frog. Big frog. Hog frog. Oh, it wasn't that big. You. Really? Adelaide goes out within a week after announcement? It's an interesting one. The new lake, because it's not just a new lake. It's like guaranteed a new technique. Either a new boat. All right, I'm missing everything. Or a new fishing style. All right, we got to reset. Everything's gone wrong. That was like 3 fish in a row I just missed. One of them looked decent. But at minimum, we're getting a new boat. These are all assumptions, obviously. We don't know for sure. But at minimum, we're getting a new boat type. Possibly a boat type and a new technique to allow, like, deep water trolling. Or possibly the option to just bottom fish from the new, already existing boats. Once those lines get tangled. Dude, another one. Lines just don't really get tangled that bad in real life, y'all. It's just not, it's not a real thing. And y'all, I feel bad for everyone's dad here who had to untangle all of your lines. Because, like, I fish with an 8-year-old. And, line tangling is just not a thing I worry about. IRL fishing streams? I did some. From now on, all my fishing stuff will be on YouTube. IRL fishing just too expensive. But I will be recording. Unfortunately, I started it at the end of the season. But I will be recording all my fishing next year, all my tournaments and stuff next year. I only have one right now. I got another one I'm still working on. I've been really slow about it. Since I know that it's going to be like the only one I do this whole winter. It was my first go. It's not very good. We'll do better in the future. Maybe. Probably not. I threw away so much footage this fall because I was like, I need enough decent fish to make it worthwhile. Which was stupid. I should have just made every single trip a video because I ended up only posting the video where I, like, caught too many fish for one video. Made the damn video too long. Fish too long. think I was on the lake like 8 hours that day. Okay, I just keep watching fish. Take that bobber and drop it. Ground bait? I am not very good with ground bait. Ground bait, I think, is probably the least advertised thing in this game. That, like, spots and stuff are shared pretty consistently. Baits, depths, clips, but when it comes to ground baits, it's not a lot of super good information. If you aren't already using this cheat sheet, I have never fished for halibut. I'd love to. I want to fish for everything. I live in Michigan, so I haven't done a lot of saltwater. Did my first saltwater like 2 years ago. Didn't go deep sea, but managed to catch a snook, a really good snook. I actually wish I would have mounted that snook. Just for fun. It was a very cool fish. And I'll probably never get the time to get another one like that. Managed to catch a couple decent reds, a bunch of trout, which are kind of like the big three sport fish for shore fishing, bay fishing. Red flounder speck, the Gulf Bay Grand Slam. Really? That's funny. The Grand Slam for everyone I know is a snook, not a flounder. Caught some snappers. Mangrove snappers, I think, were the snappers we were catching. There's a bunch of different snappers, right? Chased a tarpon around on a pier for a couple hours. A big one, too. At least 5-footer. Might have been much larger than that. It's hard for me to judge because I just don't see fish that big very often. But he was crushing fish out there, and everyone was running around trying to get him to bite a bait. Oh, you don't have snook in the text area. Yeah. Like all the Grand Slam YouTube videos I've seen, it's snook, red, and speckled. I knew you wouldn't still be on there. Snook are awesome, man. They're basically the bass of Florida. Or of ocean fishing in Florida, I guess, because Florida has some great bass. But they're toothless, big giant toothless critter. And I had no idea. So we've been fishing. We get out there. So I'd never fished in the ocean before. I'm with another guy who never fished in the ocean before. And it's dark. And we're reeling in all kinds of shit with teeth and no idea what we're dealing with. Let's see. Do I have this fish right here? It might be in my... where I hit all my desktop icons. Yeah, so we're catching all these fucking hardhead catfish and speckled trout, red, And then my fucking drag is ripping and I reel this thing in and I have no idea how to fucking handle it, how to pick it up. But yeah, it was a hell of a snook for my first ever snook. The dude at the bait shop was pissed. He'd never caught one that big. Said he fished that bay every day on Saturday. Like, genuinely mad. It was very funny. And it was because he suggested a bait for snook, and we went and used a different one that he was like, that's not what you want to use. And that's the one I caught it on. But he was right. Again, it was one of those, I got very lucky doing everything wrong. I got very lucky. But landing that on a bass rod was a ton of fun. I don't think I caught a flounder. Aw. Night, Tommy. Sleep well. No, it's definitely a meme. I mean, you say that, but it's like my number 4 or 5 top streamed game, so I always stream this game hot and heavy when I decide to do it. No. Oh, I got him. I wonder how many smelt I have. I haven't been paying attention, been talking. Not very many. Not very many squishy ones. Catching a lot of big ones. The frog menace is taking it easy on me this morning. I still haven't caught a trophy frog, which pisses me off. Everybody else that's come to this spot has gotten one. Including, like, one of the best frogs caught in months. I did get a trophy smelt, though. I think I'll mount it. No, I need a blue tag smelt. Does a blue tag smelt even exist? Is there a blue tag for every fish? I don't know the answer to that. And 2 of his viewers have... One of them caught a blue tag frog right here next to me. There should be. Yeah. He made 600 silver on that damn frog. Well, he spent 300 mounting it, but he would have made 600 because he got the record and the telescopic record. Goodbye, Rod 1. $200 grams is blue tag smelt. Oh, buddy. I used to love smelt fishing with a wacky worm back in the day, but it's not nearly as good as it was. That was where I got my first couple trophy smelt. Oh, fuck, frog. Frog. Oh, that was a rocket ship frog. At least he didn't snag me up. Plus whatever it sells for. It probably only sells for like 15 bucks. As far as I know, the trophy, like the price scaling on fish is still based on their like initial cost, right? Like a trophy perch is still only worth 12 bucks. I don't know what a rare trophy perch is worth, but I wouldn't guess it's more than like 50 bucks. Blue tag is the rarest version, and it goes off the marker that the game puts on the fish, is why we call them that. We have the ones we call flags or markers, which this one might be one so I can show you. Yeah, see this marker here? When it's a trophy, it's a star, and when it's a blue tag, it's a blue symbol that I don't even remember what's in the symbol except that it's blue. But blue tags are super rare. I have 2 in 20,000 fish, which is actually a lot for the number of fish I've caught, comparing to other people I know anyway. We were looking at people on the leaderboard the other day that had hundreds of thousands of fish, like a little over 100,000 fish, shouldn't say hundreds of thousands, a little over 100,000 fish that had the same number of blue tags as me. Morning, Glitchy Girl. I did get points in float fishing now. Increase my trophy frog chance. Gotta compete. Bad Juju's just been unbelievably lucky with his... Or good. Unbelievably skilled with his fishing lately. He got a giant ghost mirror too today. Got to amber like first fish. For bait frogs to catch pike? Really? I wouldn't be tempted to throw out some of my other shitty bait fish there too. I tried for a bit, but I didn't have very long to test it with other bait fish. I was catching some. Was it still over here somewhere? I tried in here, and right in here. Fucker. You'd think the pike would eat the crucians and the... wrong rod, Richard, you fool. And the gibbles, too. I ended up getting my all my roaches ended up getting eaten by Xander. I'd thrown those things so many times with no success, and then the other day I think I used like 25 of them. Catching Xander. I really love bait fishing, and it's like both catching it and then using it is very good. Speaking of, I think it's time to go use some. Where's the spot though, hardcore? Like 55, where the river mouth. I think it makes a difference, yes. I think when they're dead, the only thing I've caught on them dead is catfish and burbot. Doesn't mean it's not other options. I haven't fished dead ones that often or long. 2055, where the river mouth comes in off the map in the northwest. Like here? River mouth, here. I left out the river mouth part. I'll fuck with it for a minute. I gotta squish some fish anyway, so it'll give me a reason to squish fish. Where are you throwing from? Right here? Or can you get off over there? It's not good at night. Pike don't bite at night is like pretty legit information I hear. That's cool as fuck looking. I don't know, I've never even been over here. I gotta fix my rods. Excuse me? Is it you? No, it's you. Alright, you're my HSV. I'll throw a perch in there and see what happens. Was it like right up in there? Or in the deep water? I'll throw it randomly and see first. It is not a lot of space to move. Oh, I guess you move better over here. Seem not to matter. Did you try even out in the deeper or no? I'm just gonna go right off in front of me here. For fun? There's a hobby? Oh. 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 Frog definitely got a pike quick there. Let's try one of these giblets. Did I not close the bail on this? No, I did. Why is that thing way over there? I don't really want to run. Right in front of us is hot, huh? Oh. Fucker. These stupid gibbles and their varying weight. It's a 35 kiloliter and a 28 kiloliter. So we'll see. Is there a set size? You've landed trophy pike on 35 kilo. Fluoro or mono? Because IRL, fluoro should be significantly less resistant to tight teeth, pike teeth. Fluoro, yeah. It's always been my argument. Yeah, the lake trout is randomly event-based one every once in a while, and perch one. Pike one's better, I think, now than it was, too. Pike are a lot more consistent there, if you take the time to do it. Is there a way to cancel a cast that, like, I could have done there instead of damaging my blank? The perch don't seem as hot. The gibble went fast, the frog went fast. Neither of the perch have gone yet. I got a lamprey. Oh, you can handle that, gibble? Ooh. It's about to get dark. And then this... Oh, it's supposed to be squishing fish. I forgot to squish the fish. Let's, put this rod back together. I mean, that 19 kilo will probably get got. I could throw a 35 on there. That rod will get got. Now that line's probably weak enough, it'd be fine. We'll gamble it. I got to spare one of these rods. Don't get snagged. I forgot I took points out of feeder. It doesn't throw very far now. Now let's squish some fish. Squish the fish. I'm in misery, chat. I accidentally took a run at my bush with no clipper yesterday. And then I was like, well, now I gotta finish shaving it. And now I'm just agony. What a bad idea that was. I'm gonna get me some frozen peas or something. I basically went with the mullet. Short and top, long and back. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, the frogs seem much better. I got 89 frogs. Oh, is there a Pike Cafe order? I bet it's gone. Classic nut mullet, yeah. I think I've tried like twice to like actually razor shave the whole shebang. And holy hell, how do people live like that? I have one friend who just says you just have to keep it like that. You just have to stay on top of it and maintain the clean shave. It's like a full-time job to keep that shaved. Of misery, too. It's so dangerous, man. Oh, I love nature roughs. I left my light over there. Was that a dead rough? Better not have been a dead fish. Lackard's dead roughs wasted like an hour of my life yesterday. I kept throwing out live ones, and then I'd reel in, and it would switch to a dead one automatically when that fish was gone. And then I'd throw it back out without looking, and be like, man, I haven't had a fish in forever. And then look, fucking dead rough. It's freshly squished. Ooh, my favorite. Don't snap me off. It's a decent one. Yeah, my drag's pretty high. It's a decent fish. This might cut me. Why, Dan? What's wrong with it? Wow. Never mind. I thought it was bigger than that. Pike are just strong, huh? I'd been saying no to everyone's gibbles and crucians. Wish I would have took them now. That was a middle of the night pike too. I did not expect to get like any. Which size, simply? $1.5 kilo? Oh, what level are you? Perseversky, yeah. I don't think I have that small. No, I have 2.3. I can't help you there. Volkov always has everything in, like almost everything in stock. It's always a safe choice, but then you're paying the price to travel. Sorry, scheduling conferences for fucking gym. Why do we need conferences for gym? What is she gonna tell me? It doesn't matter. I don't care. The mighty perch. We have many perch, yes. We're fishing with perch, I think, somewhere right now. Yeah. Using them as our bait. Should up those hook sizes. Yama's all small fish? I mean, they're not small, though, on Yama. Yama's compared... And they fight a lot harder than the fish on Amber. I think Amber could easily compete with Yama experience-wise when it's good. Why do I do things like this? My wet feet! Yeah, wild carp are strong motherfuckers. That's not true, though, Sinister. I just wasn't using my slingshot right. I can slingshot for miles. I think there's an argument for a slingshot if you're heavy into ground bait, especially like bream or something like that. But, dude, I should check what ground bait's in here. But, no, dude, I can launch them. Oh, I can't. Is it not called that? I was going to send you my slingshot so you could try it. But I don't know that I can actually send it to you. I don't think I can. Is HSV actually the next step after Saber 60? Yes. Though, so what it comes down to, man, is you can take smaller steps. You could buy smaller reels and get a 12 kilo, but you're not going to get enough advantage out of it. If you're looking at the fish sizes you're fighting, and I think that's the way we determine like what we think is best. You know, you start at your 4 kilo reels because that's going to let you handle your gibbles and crucians and tench and stuff without a big fight. And then you jump up to Saber 60s because that's going to let you handle some smaller common carp, you know, some pike, asp, chub, things like that without a big fight. Even some of the small fish on Cory. And then the HSV jump is the same deal. It's about being able to land everything on Cory effectively. It's about being able to land fish on bear, donuts, stuff like that. There is an argument to like for even more expensive reels though. But yeah, it's about not wasting money on reels that just aren't going to last you a long time. I'm level 34. I still use an HSV every day. Not just sometimes I use it. It's always one of my three rods. It's a very good rod and reel. It's a very good size for so many fish, I think is the big thing about it. Works great on Yama, works great out here. Octuba. You're a big advocate of alphas. The Sputnik? The Sputnik alpha? I don't agree HSV is goated. I think that there is bad information about the HSV that's not being discussed. I think I would not like the idea to buy 3 HSVs. It makes me sad. I don't think so. I really don't. I would at least recommend 1 Narga 8000. You prefer the Sputnik? What's the price? What's the price? Let me pull up the price sheet and we can have a discussion. Real sheet. I have one, so I feel like I'm able to have this conversation. $2,100 bucks. Oh, that's a fair price. Yeah, I could see your argument. I would say if you were going to buy 3 14.5 kilo reels, an alpha wouldn't be a bad choice. Because odds are you're gonna end up not using one of those 3 reels. So I'm here for it. I'm with you. I'm supporting your idea. Strange man on the internet. However, I think the alpha is by far the weakest. It just feels like such a fucking dog to me. You're 2 HSVs and an alpha. Yeah, that's fair. The alpha you're going to probably throw in the trash or use it for, like, fishing small shit later. They didn't nerf the Narga. They increased the price. So here's the part of fishing that most players are never going to get into, that doesn't get talked about a lot, but it is important. Locking setups. If you're fishing catfish, if you're fishing sturgeon, if you're chasing trophy fish with a 14.5 kilo reel, which is possible and probable because it's unlikely that many of us are going to ever be able to afford multiple Vengas or multiple Tagaras. It's just like, that's a long game plan. So like for me, a Nagara is a perfect fit, I think. It's still got the potential to land very, very big fish due to its mech strength. And in that scenario, it beats the HSV all day, every day. And there's no argument there. If you want to fucking get into catfish and sturgeon fishing with a 14.5 kilo reel, and I think a lot of these guides, the people recommending to you, are assuming you're going to play forever and not sturgeon fish until you have Tagaras. But the HSV is a shitty sturgeon reel. It's a shitty catfish reel. Yeah, I'll be streaming for a couple more hours. Let's yeet one across, I guess. Oh, that didn't go anywhere. The Nagara's a 44.5 kilo break strength. The HSV is a 31.5 break strength. That's a massive difference in a locking setup. And I think the alpha's a fine. Like I said, I wouldn't buy 3, but I think it's a fine third reel. And if you do plan on playing till you get Tagaras, but you know, I have 1, and the idea of ever saving up $20,000 again makes me want to crawl in a hole and die. But then, so here's the deal, Wizard. You're out, you want to go catfishing with your 1 Tagara. What are you going to do? Just throw the 1 Tagara and then not use any other reels? Or you want to go sturgeon fishing with your 1 Tagara? So basically what you're saying is, I'm not going to catfish, I'm not going to sturgeon fish until I have 3 Tagaras or 2 Tagaras. Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't agree with that. Especially sturgeon. Like you're saying just catfishing, but sturgeon too. Because I could, you know, two in a and spinning most sturgeon spots you can spin fish them too. Um, two and still throwing something out just to catch random shit. Sure, but that's been the problem I've had personally. Is I want to go sturgeon fishing with my Tagara, but what am I doing with my hands while I wait? An Overlord during the Christmas sale? Which one was that? Yeah, that's a big boy, huh? Holy shit, that's a big boy. I think the full metal during the Christmas sale was an interesting save for people as well. So is that silver 80. What's why'd you get it to go? Hmm. Maybe I should try to save up for a silver 80 instead of another Tagara. Yeah, like I said, having something in your other, in a third hand, but you want two rods in the water, right? And that's where I think a Nagara really can do it. Because even most people's Tagara setup isn't set up for a locking Tagara. So if you have a locking Nagara, it can land fish that a Tagara, an unlocking Tagara setup can do. Sure, it's going to be twice the fight, but it can still be accomplished. Need to put more weight on that one. The frogs definitely go fast. The perch don't. Wait, is that a dead perch? No, it's alive. The perch don't seem to be doing shit, really. Yeah, the silver 80 looks good from the sheet, for sure. Doesn't look as good as the one you were talking about. The Overlord looks nuts. That fucking mech strength on that Overlord is bonkers. 80 kilogram mech strength? That's stronger than a Tagara mech strength. The Silver 80 has a weirdly high line capacity comparing it to some other 8,000 reels too. But holy shit, look at the fucking line capacity on that Overlord. Oh, you're looking at... But yeah, you're comparing it to... Well, it's a smaller size, so the comparison's a little confusing, I think, there. Yeah, man, I didn't plan on trying to make 10 grand before Christmas. But now I'm tempted. Max drag is the mech strength. No. Wait. Yes. Rated drag and max drag is max strength. Yes, yes. So what that means is when you lock your reel, that's how much it would take to break it. So, where that's really relevant is you fight a fish. Say you fight a 30-kilogram fish on your Nagara. You fight that fish, you wear it out dead, but guess what? It's still too heavy for you to reel in. So good job. You killed it. You still can't land it. And that's where you would need to lock your drag and reel it in. That's how all the big fish in this game get caught. The real big fish. Pick it up, pick it up. God, I wish I had a little button to play ska trumpets every time I said the real big fish. But yeah, people always wonder how a 1,000-kilogram sturgeon ever gets caught when the biggest reel is 32-kilogram drag. So yeah, that's how it ends. You end up locking them and dragging them in. But in order to utilize that, that means you also have to run, like currently I have one set up this way for my HSV. So, oh, that's my Nagara. Where's my HSV? HSV. This one's set up this way. I'm running 33 kilo line on an HSV. Super overkill for its max drag. 35 kilogram rod. Super overkill for the HSV. But the max strength of the HSV is 31 kilograms. So if I lock this caliber down, I don't want my line to break. I don't want my rod to break. If something does happen to break, it'll be my leader at 28 kilograms. I hear you, no. But I don't fish enough to ever be able to afford 2 Tagaras, I don't think. I'd really have to, like, grind. And it's just not something I really want to do again. Maybe someday, but I doubt I'll ever get a Venga. I'm never going to get into the conventional reels. I agree. If you know you're gonna get into Tagaras and you know you're gonna get into Vengas, buy HSVs. They're perfect. But if you're like me, where you maybe want to fish the sturgeon in a month and not in 6 months, I think the Nagara is a fair purchase. If I was gonna buy a Tagara, I'd buy the Tagara 10,000. I wouldn't buy any other one, which is what I did. It's $20,000. Is that your first Venga or your second hardcore? You bought a bunch of random shit along the way too, though. You have all the best ultralight telesticks and the big telesticks and first one, yeah. And that's the problem. There's so much stuff like that that's gonna catch me along the way. I think that's what I'm gonna continue to do though, because I've enjoyed it. Like I want to get bigger telesticks. They're cheaper and still have a lot of value to me than just trying to focus everything on this one rod. I just spent 10 grand on an ultralight, yeah. But I think I'll get more value out of that than one rod with a Venga. Or not even one rod with a Venga, it'd be a second Takara. Yeah, the frogs are the only thing over here that seem like they're really bumping. So I guess we'll throw we'll throw 3 frogs at a time. See if we can't get a really good pike just for fun and then move on. I really want to be over to my char hole by evening. I feel like the evening bite over there is nutty. But I guess someday, in a long enough timeline, I'll get to a point where I've got all the cheap shit I want, and I'll start saving for those big reels, but I'm a ways off that. I really need to get food again, too. I'm gonna eat one of these lollipops. Is that good food? I don't even know where those lollipops came from. Oh, are they Christmas food? Don't do it, man. I could not get up this tree. You said you could climb it. I'm kind of climbing it. My feet were a little off the ground there. You got to the top of it? I can't even get started on it. Yeah, the conventional reels really changed the locking idea too, because they're just so much better at it. But again, the points. Though spin fishing is nice. The conventional rods don't take a special, or reel don't take a special rod, right? It's just a casting rod. They just have the one. That's interesting actually. Do they share rods for bottom and spinning, Raptor? Or can you not use a conventional rod bottom at all? Only for spinning. I don't think I'm actually going up the tree there. I'm just going up the hill. Well, maybe not a little bit, maybe. Going to heavily favor conventional reels. I agree because of everything I know about deep water fishing. And it'll be another frustrating thing where it's like, I could still use a spinning reel for this, y'all. Yeah, I mean, you can do anything you want, right, Sinister? I know some guys that fish conventional reels as if it was their regular everyday spinning rod. Throw all kinds of shit on it. A lot of cat fishermen use conventional reels as bottom rods, though. A lot of cat fishermen. I've never used a conventional reel. I have no idea. I assume I could figure it out to like cast medium weight stuff. Just because I've got enough experience with bait casters, but... It's fucking wind. I want to get it up in there, but I can't. No hogs, though. Were you just tossing them straight out too, Hardcore? Straight out? Probably. Yeah. I wish that baitcasters had a clicker. There's some sort of... That's like my least favorite thing about baitcasters. As I don't get to enjoy the click-click of satisfaction. Also, I was fishing to the left side near the weeds. Right there? Yeah. Did I just eat that thing into the moon? I'm gonna run this off the jig step. No, I lied. It's really easy to jig step it actually here. I haven't found a ultralight lure I like yet for pike. I thought these little spoons would do okay, but I haven't had much luck on them. Man, casting those fucking bait fish just never very far. Oh god, I'm in there. Don't you get snagged. Tiniest baby one. I cannot see where these things are landing. I'm gonna end up hooking into a fish and my microphone is dying here. Must fix. I'm really shocked how bad these spoons are doing right here. You'd think they'd be catching something. Perch? Hey, babe. Alright, it's time to move before it gets to night. No hogs. But it does work. More satisfying to look at. Spinners. That's huge shame. You get no respect for letting fish go here. Better F than shame, exactly. F is us paying our respects for your lost lure and your valiant attempt at catching a fish. Shame is because you failed to catch a fish when you had an opportunity. You quit out. Modern bait casters, he said conventional though. So I think low profile bait casters are badass looking. And now that I switched to left-handed bait casters, I love using them. I'll never understand this, the bait caster being right-handed when spin fishing is left-handed. It doesn't make any sense to me. I do not get it. That is where the whole shame thing came from, though, because I refused. It was all the people coming in here telling me to just Alt F4 before you get spooled, and I'm like, no. If you spin right-handed, too, are you a left-handed person? Oops, that wasn't locked. But technically speaking, a right-handed baitcaster, for a right-handed person, you reel on the right. Just fishing, okay. And spin fishing, a right-handed person reels on the left. And I don't understand why. And I think so many people like me just go with, well, I'm going to buy what I'm supposed to use, and it sucks. Yeah, at the end of the day, you do what's comfortable. And I didn't. And I regretted it because I bought baitcasters that were right-handed and hated them. And they just sat around never getting used. The only thing I used them for was trolling. Well, and you see guys switch hands too hardcore with the right-handed baitcaster because they can't get good at casting with their left. So they'll cast with their right, then switch hands, then click their reel with their, then go to right-handed reeling. And it's like, that's not how you're supposed to fish. That's wrong. The switch hands, yeah. Most people do. Most right-handed people do. But it's hard to find left-handed baitcasters. They're not as readily available. The only time that I think left-handed baitcasters are more difficult is jerk baits. I don't know why, but I do. I feel like I'm not as good with a jerk bait and a left-handed baitcaster as a jerk bait with a right-handed baitcaster. Have you, Dan? Yeah. Spinning reels, though, you just switch the reel, right? It's simple. Baitcasters, they're that way forever. But, a spinning reel, you just loosen the nut and swap the handle over. I hear you, tiny fish. The world's made for righties and average size folks. I feel bad for all my tall friends when I just think about how many things aren't set up for tall folks. Like kitchen counters and cabinets especially. Are just not set up for tall people. Afternoon tech. Even beds. The like size of a bed hasn't changed in like 100 years. Like we buy bigger beds, queens and kings and stuff like that, but the length of the bed hasn't grown, like hardly at all. Yeah, wider beds, exactly. People don't realize a king and a queen are the same length. I'm 5'9". I'm lying. I'm like 5'8" and almost 9. And my feet are always hanging off the bed. I wish I had a longer bed. California kings aren't really that much bigger, though, goofball. That's exactly my point. You're being misled by cool names, but you're not really getting much. Actually, wait, no. California, I thought so. California kings are shorter than kings. People sleep on California kings the wrong way to make them longer. But a California king is shorter than a king. It's wider than a king and shorter. A king bed is the longest bed that's made. No, according to the bed size charts that I'm looking at, this bed size chart has swapped around the last 3 beds to sideways. Every other bed is this way. But the king and the California king are this way. Why would you do this? So it's 2 inches, 4 inches, 4 inches longer. But a queen and a king are the same length. A twin XL is the same length as a queen. A California king is 4 inches longer, but you lose 4 inches in width. Yeah, that's a see, that's like a length that makes sense. And it makes sense for people, right? The weird part about that is those beds have been that way for like I said, like 100 fucking years. And people have, in 100 years, have gotten massively taller. Wyatt Earp was considered a giant of a man at like 6'1". And now like the majority of people I stream with are 6'4". Six eight, yeah. There's like, dude, the California king isn't anywhere near big enough for you. Well, especially if you don't want your head against your bedboard, right? Like, who wants to be touching their head on their bedboard to maximize their bed length? That's why my feet are always hanging off the bottom. I scoot down a tiny bit from the top in the middle of the night, and my feet are hanging off. Sleep diagonally, like an adult. So many streams doing 6'4", I don't know. There's a lot of them, though. I think people are just fucking tall, dude. Not quite a trophy. I'm very happy that I'm a a mild 5'8", honestly. It'd make dating a little easier if I was like 5'11". But I don't think I'd want to be over 6 foot, dude. When I see my 6'2" friend bend down to get something out of the cabinet under the sink, I'm like, that sucks. That's a struggle. Yeah, I would agree that in general. I'm not like, splitting hairs over it, but I got a few friends from school that were dudes that were 5'5", and it's certainly been a big factor for their dating. As much as people like to say they don't consider that stuff, they do. I have tiny baby hands, and I'll tell you what, no matter how hard I try to get it out of my head, holding hands with someone who has bigger hands than you makes you feel like a child. Yeah, we talked about the car one the other day, Dom. The amount of people who, the amount of tall men that randomly spoke up to the hype of a Volkswagen Beetle for having surprisingly roomy. Felt like a 4-year-old. I had a friend like that, dude. He had actual bear paws. It was unreal. And he was like not that big of a dude, like 6'1", probably 190 pounds. But he just had freakish hands. He made a drunken lumberjack cry because his hands were bigger than his. That's a real true story. The guy was like bragging about all his his old timey lumberjacking, and the key was big hands, and that he'd never met anyone with bigger hands than him. And my 16-year-old friend was like, "I got pretty big hands." And the dude legitimately was like drunk and weeping. It was very funny. Tiniest hands. They're legitimately like ridiculously small. Look at that pinky nail. Can you even see it yet? Look at it. It is like I need baby nail clippers for that thing. Yeah, sure, Datus, but the reality is they're there. We all have them whether we want them or not. No matter how much you attempt to not, I mean, maybe you, but for me, no matter how much I attempt to not consider looks, preferences, dumb things like height and hand size, I can't help it, you know? I can't help it. And I have absolutely 100% tried. These social things do get burned into, at least into me, and I think many others. Like I said, my short friends have always struggled to try to date women that are taller than them. It's not just men, it goes both ways. Thought you were looking at a child's pinky. Dude, my hands are ridiculously small. It's like they just stopped growing for some reason. I think they change as you get older and as you grow and stuff like that for sure too. You start to recognize the parts that aren't as important. One that my dad used to always mention and that I never really understood that is unfortunately true too is when you grow with somebody, it's a lot different to remain attracted to somebody. My dad used to always talk about my mom like that and freak me out, but like there is something about a body changing, stretch marks, getting fat, whatever it may be, when it's somebody you've been with and like seen all that happen to, than a stranger. Guy or a girl, if they put on glasses, you think they're cute. That's an easy standard to hit, honestly. I'm jealous. Very jealous. Made dating a struggle for him. Yeah, I always yell at tall people dating tiny girls. It's unfair. You have a huge option, a huge range of women to choose from, yet you're going to steal from the tiny pool for tiny men? This cry absolutely broke your heart. Oh, nom nom. I remember that. Isn't it just devastating? Wait until the first ear infection. Ugh. Not to jinx you or anything, but kids get ear infections. Alice got a double ear infection as an infant, and oh my god. It was literally the most upsetting thing that's ever happened in my life, dude. And there's nothing you can do. Ugh, it sucks, yeah. No, no. We had, Alice had to have a little minor dental surgery too and get put under. That sucked. All those things where you just can't do anything for him, you know? We just did my daughter's vaccination and she was not happy about that either. But she gets older and you get a little less. She can at least use her words to explain to you. The good news is the vaccinations get better. The kids get better at it. They don't cry nearly as hard as those first couple. But you get other things like ear infections and teething and we tried so hard to not panic about my daughter getting sick when she got her first ear infections. And we tried the same thing, pacing around, carrying her, trying to get her to calm down. And finally, I was like, "We're just going to the damn hospital. I can't do this. It's killing me." And then the screams got so bad, and like I was bawling. And we get in there, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it looks like a ear infection. Ooh, a double. That's too bad." They put the drops in her ears. She stopped crying instantly. I was like, "God, I should have came an hour ago." But you don't want to be that parent who's running to the fucking ER every single time your kid cries. But that tone changed, and I was like, "Nope, we're going. That's it. This is the worst." You can hear the difference, man, between discomfort and pain. There's a different cry, and you heard it today, Nom Nom, right? Like it's not the same cry you've been hearing when the baby's got a wet diaper or a shitty diaper. It is a completely different cry, and it's heartbreaking. I don't know that we ever learned to recognize exactly what the cries meant, but I agree that like the big overarching difference between Definitely between like pain and stuff like that. Mom might have been better than I was. I was working and mom was home. I wasn't a good baby dad. I felt very out of it. I didn't know where my place was besides like changing diapers and attempting to keep the baby happy long enough for mom to take a nap or a shower, you know? And it usually ended with dad not doing a great job and mom waking up early from her nap. I've destroyed, I'm gonna go, and now I'm in pain. All right. My Alice didn't do the diaper cry at night, which was like good and bad. Cause like you don't want to leave your kid in a shitty diaper. But what she did do was if you woke her up from her sleep, was scream her fucking head off for an hour. And you're like, I don't want to leave you in a shitty diaper. I'm so sorry. Did you say yours was a girl or a boy? I don't remember. You probably have told me. Boy, okay. I don't know which is worse for the poop. You look 19, but with a beard. I'm 33, and yeah, I have an 8-year-old. I had a kid pretty young. 24, something like that. Math adds up. She's about to be 9. Oh, I know, Num Num. Yeah, I'm with you. Like I remember the first night that like we just slept, like when Kim quit pumping and breastfeeding. She struggled with breastfeeding, but once we quit all the regulated wake up for feeding stuff, we slept through the whole night, and it was like 9 hours. And woke up and it was just everywhere, and I was like, why didn't she cry? And then from then on we were like, oh, she just doesn't care about sleeping in her own shit. I see. Aren't they supposed to cry when they shit? Yeah, Tech, there's good and bad to it, right? You know? Good odds I'll get to see my daughter graduate, get grandkids, good odds of that. That's cool. And we didn't do too bad. We got a pretty good kid. A horror movie you found him covered. There's no way to say it without being gross and talking about parts, but like shit gets in everything. It's like silly putty. I mean, it's everywhere. I can't imagine a dick and balls down there though. That's gotta be just shit hell. How does it go up the front so far? She'd have diapers where there was shit coming out of the top of the front and not the back. And I'm like, how did you do this? She's a good kid, man. You'll be 70 when you're 30? Wow. We used to have a viewer here that had he was like the last of like 9 kids. And his dad was like 70 something already, and he was in his 20s. Baby nuts are so disproportionately huge. Yeah, that's true. We fostered a boy for a brief time. But I didn't have to do as many diapers to remember how bad this shit was with the boy. However, I don't know if you're gonna circumcise or not. I don't want to get into the whole debate of it, but the baby came with the circumcision shit on, which they don't cut it anymore. They just clip this plastic ring on the foreskin and wait for it to fall off like a cow's nuts. So I remember opening up his diaper. I got the lucky job of opening up his diaper and finding his foreskin just laying in his diaper. Oh. It's like in a plastic ring. So it's sealed, but it's just like no longer attached. And like I immediately am like, is it, are you okay? It's fine. It's totally healed. It's crazy how well it works. Again, I don't want to debate the morality of foreskin. Just wasn't my choice, not my son. Just a weird thing. Hate when that happens. Damn foreskin fellow. Oh, my dad's so bad, dude, with it right now, Convectin. I do not know how to help him. I'm actually, like, in a bad place with my dad at the moment over just his attitude on getting old is exhausting, and I know that I should be better about it, but it's hard. It's hard. Because I know that it's terrifying for most of us, right? It's the idea of our lifespan, even in my 30s, it's terrifying. So I don't know how hard it is for him, but the constant reminder of his life dwindling is exhausting. Because we're just as worried about it as they are, honestly, Connect. Like, we are. You know, I don't know what life will be like without my parents, and don't want to find out, the same way I don't want to find out what death is like. Yeah, that's why I said most, Gengar. There's always the people who somehow aren't afraid of mortality. Lucky you, let me tell you. Because that shit makes it so hard to deal with. At this point, yeah, Dom, I'm getting there too, where I'm more afraid of, the death of my family, there's a lot of people. Let's just say that. I don't even want to name names, but there's a lot of people. Obviously, as a parent, the idea of that, I lost my longest friend when I was 16 years old, and his mom lost her mind for a long time, and it was so hard to see. And she blamed me, accused me in the mall for somehow it was my fault he was dead and all this shit, and like I wasn't even there. I had nothing to do with it. She lost her fucking mind, man. He looked adorable in his Christmas outfit. Good for you. Doing the Christmas outfits. Love it. I don't think we ever expect it anyway, I don't know, it's just, even my grandparents dying, like, they were both sick beforehand, I knew it was coming, I don't know, it's still different when the phone call comes, The cheese matching family buffalo plaid pajamas. And the older you get, the harder it gets to spend time with the people you want to. Everyone's got their own fucking lives. The family tragedy, because someone brought up their baby getting shots. Jesus. Well, now I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to drag it. It's hard with this many people. You don't realize, you know. Yeah, it's probably odds are someone's going through loss today, you know. Or grief, I guess, not loss, but grief. That is life. Bad things do happen. Huh. Been a big part of my stream talking about bad things and the positives that still come out of it, you know. Alice overheard her mother and I yesterday talking about the Girl Scout leader's house being full of weed, which led to Alice and I having a little conversation about drugs. And it's I kind of give the same outlook with my daughter, you know. I don't really pull punches when it comes to being honest with her, but you got to remember the good things that come from the bad things. But that is on the topic of grief and loss. That's the hard part to find, right? It's really hard to, you know, I can look back at dumb things I did and the positive outcome afterwards. With death, it's really hard to find something like that, you know. You can look at the past and say, yeah, we had all these good memories, but the reality is that sucks to lose. That fucker hammered. Drag pulled and everything. But like me talking about going to jail and stuff, people always didn't understand why I wasn't ashamed of it. But there's like all the good things that happened afterwards, you know. The whole reason Alice's mother and I ended up together was because I went to jail. We had been friends for like 8 years, and nothing had ever happened between us. I went to jail, got out, and she never left. Well, until she eventually divorced me, but like up until then. So it's like, yeah, it's easy to find the positives in a lot of things, but death is one of those that it's super hard to find any positive, which again, I think drives people to religion and stuff like that. Product of jail. In a sense, yeah, man. Like, maybe that shit would have happened without jail, but the reality is, the day I got out of jail, there was Alice's mother, and she literally never left. Like, that was it. She never said a word about it, never explained why, what changed, nothing. She wasn't a big talker. But going to facts tore you apart? No. Life tore us apart. Being two kids, married young with a kid, tore us apart. Who'd have thought two 18-year-olds would have changed a lot by the time they reached their mid-20s, early 30s? Ooh, love that. This is my Tagara. This must be a small surgeon. Two caught in a week now? I've caught like 20. I think fucking Brop set like all the USA records yesterday doing this. My biggest sturgeon is 38 kilos. This is a decent fish, though. I mean, this thing's pulling drag on my Tagara like I don't exist. It's funny because this is caught on hardcore. I see a lot of leaderboard char and great char on Smelt and... or did earlier today, anyway. I'm finally a trend center. It's me. I don't think I've... this is probably the biggest fight I've ever had on this reel. I'm not going to gamble at 28. I don't want to fuck this up. I mean, it's probably not massive, but it went the right direction. I think I have enough line. It could probably swim all the way up there. It could get stuck on an island. Don't jinx yourself. That's a good Sitchel. That's not trophy though, is it hardcore? It's not like zooming, but it's pulling hard, yeah. Like for this is a big reel, my biggest reel. I've only this is only the third time I've had something pull drag, like actually pull a distance of drag. Every once in a while something will spin it, but unfortunately you can't get in the boat when you're holding your rod. I wish. The weird pinch technique he uses on the rod. He doesn't wrap his hand around it. I think his hand is more wrapped around it until it bends. 600 hour? Nice, man. It's a great game. It really is. One of the best, honestly, in my opinion. Certainly the best of the genre. You shut your mouth, Smog. You monster. This will only be my second sturgeon on these Smelt, if it is a sturgeon. It's gotta be, right? Oh. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I guess if I got stuck on an island, could you drive over there, ram it with a boat, and and drive back and hope it's still on the line? Yes, you can. Oh, boy. Oh, wow. First time ever seeing a smoke and friction break on my Tagara. Ran it into lands. Hop off and step on it? Yeah. That wouldn't work. You couldn't hop off with your rod. You'd have to ram it to land where your rod is sitting, I guess. Yeah. I don't think it's massive. But I guess I've never been into a 100-kilo fish to know for sure. I'll smoke my gear if it's a 100-kilo fish. I don't know how to do it right. The sad part is that little jingle jingle over there could be a fucking trophy gray char, and I won't even know it because it won't pull drag. I only have an hour and a half. I could call my mom and make her pick my daughter up from school. I was on tuba though, downstream too. 20, 30, 30. Yeah, that would be my guess too. Not anything crazy. Just in my experience of like how fish react, like relative to the reel. Like that beluga on my Nagara. Absolutely just made that thing scream the entire time. Why am I reeling? Just to not wear myself out. There's no need to reel. It's not going to solve anything. When you're hearing the reel spinning, it can't retrieve anyway. You're just wasting effort and energy. Can you hear that click, 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 click? That's him pulling line out. You can't reel. Certain fish will jump back at you and they'll swim towards you, so you want to constantly be reeling anyway just in case they do that. But this fish isn't doing that. You'll learn which species turn on you and which species don't, but this one is just keeping a I'm going to continue to swim away from you attitude. So it's also why I keep a big bend in my rod though. If that fish were to turn and start swimming back at me, it'd give me more time to react to it while my rod bends back up, which is actually why rods bend like this as well. It's intentional to keep tension on the fish. It's not just, like, they don't have to. We could just fish with broomsticks, right? This helps you keep fish on the line by letting the rod bend. My mom is my biggest fan. She would, in a heartbeat, do anything if I said, "Mom, I'm streaming and I got a hog on." She'd be like, "I'll be right there. What do you need? Tacos? Mountain Dew and tacos?" She's my biggest fan. All right, snags. I do support an Alt F4 snag, especially an Invisa snag. If it's not telling you to right click, those are dumb and shouldn't exist. Nah. You don't take the loss like a man on a lure. You hate to see it. No, I know you didn't say no. I was just commenting. My mom is my biggest fan. She used to do drug tests for a living. And the amount of men that she collected urine from, watched them pee and collected urine from, and then, like, told them about me as a streamer is much higher than I want it to be. Yeah, I guess at one it was too many, but it's many, many people. If it's a right-click snag, you can get out of it. No matter how much you don't want to believe it, I've never had a right-click snag I couldn't get out of. But when it doesn't say snagged and it's stuck on something, that's a bug, man. That's not intentional. They don't want that to happen. They're trying to fix that. They've been working on that for years. Broke your reel on the snag. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see. In that scenario, I don't know what I would do, but I think you made the right choice. That was you, man. You fucked up. You pay the ultimate price. There you go. Yeah, you fucked up that one. I support your choice there to be an honest gamer. I don't trust. I shouldn't say that. I probably can just make another one. What size was it? Yeah, I think I'll make more of those when I'm done with this hog. I'll never use up all that line anyway, so no biggie. You like the added Christmas bells? Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. You know, we might just get spooled. I don't know how much further the boy can go that way. But he's fucking moving. Yeah, I will walk down when I get there. Unlikely I'll catch this fish in the next 30 minutes, I think. You should actually, I mean, go cook dinner and come back and I'll still probably be catching it. I don't want to burn my Tagara. It's too expensive to repair. I don't know if this is accurate or true or anything at all, but in my opinion, the less you put on a fish, the less they pull a lot of the time. Especially when you start to get to these points where like you're evenly matched. So a lot of time I'll just kind of let them sit like this and not overdo it. It feels like if I try to, I'm gonna reel all the way down here, it'll just make the fish run. And then rather him just sit there and assume he's exhausting in some way or another. There's a slight pull on him. Yeah, you always leave some tension. I'm just saying, if I was to reel right now, this tension bar would go full, right? Like that. And yeah, he's still got the strength to run if he wants to. Yeah, there you go. Ooh. I'm wondering if he hit the bank. Is why he's not moving so much. Yeah, we usually send more than one. Just like you buy 100 meters of line and then cut 60 centimeters of time for a leader, so. It'd take forever for one person to use up a whole spool of fluorocarbon for leaders. It's really expensive. You should just keep getting them from chat until much later. Fluorocarbon, a spool is like $100. Plus you have to buy the tool. I wouldn't do it 3 inches. Bum them, man. Like I said, we would gladly give them away. They're not a lot. If you feel bad about someone making them for you, you can buy the little metal piece, the actual consumable, but we're never going to use all that line. You're not costing anyone $1. Yeah. If I made you 5 liters, you'd cost me 5 silver. I think he may have ran to shore there, and he's turning around and let me reel in a little bit and then running back to shore. Yeah, I only bought the leader tool because I needed a specific oddball size that nobody else had because I bought a weird rod. But most of the rods and reels we're all using similar line and leaders. Need a mojo thing for the 45 months. I wasn't looking at the game. One end of the map where the water goes over the lands, there's a decent bleak spot. The shallow side, right there where the water goes over the land, was decent bleak on Balea. Yeah, that was decent. I don't know if it still is. I think it was by a rock. I don't remember a rock or not. I'm gonna look and see where this fish looks like. Did it shoot straight up that river? I wonder if that river actually is endless. That may actually be an exit on the map, and he may just fool me there. Yeah, it looks like it. How long can I move to the left? I'm like a few meters away, right there. That's still a decent amount of line on my reel, though. I think this thing's spooled with 450 meters. He's swimming at me, but not because of me, just because he wants to. Either way, I'll take it. Just trying to keep my reel from getting hot. Come on, baby. Not like that. Not the come on I was looking for. If I was gonna do that, I would have wanted to do it right at the start when he was really screaming. You can get away with that though, usually. But let me just mow down on a shish kebab real quick. Easy to eat while you're fishing. Yeah, that snook I showed earlier actually was caught because my friend left his rods to me. He was going bathroom or something. I don't remember what. And I offered it back to him. He's like, "No, I wasn't here. It's your fish." Is comfort important? Comfort and food determine energy. I don't think it's that specific, bro. I was catching them not where Sinister said. Not as fast as Sinister said he was catching them, but I was catching them all there in that left side between the islands. Nah, he's still gonna go. Yeah, a big one. Spout spooled my Tagara. I only got some line back because he gave it to me, though. He said, "I'm going to swim towards you for a little bit." I didn't earn it. Yeah, no, the other side, the shallow side. And really close to shore. Just flip them out there. Was working for me. Not quite the edge of the island. I can take a few more steps. It's not enough line to really... I mean, I guess it could be, but it's not a lot. I don't like being up high like this. I feel like... I don't want to say the words, but... I haven't been as lucky when I'm up high on the hill. But I was getting worried, so I took a few steps this way. He seems to be slowing down, but it might just be because he made land over there. I was really afraid he was going up that river. Knock on wood. I haven't checked his position in a while. About that river. You fucker. How am I going to drag this honker up on the island? Over here. There's a low spot. What kind of mammal? It's a sturgeon, most likely. If it was a catfish, it'd be massive. Because I don't think catfish could have this kind of energy unless it was 100 kilos or something. Oh, I didn't even think about it. You're right. I have caught a lot of it. I've caught more Atlantic salmon fishing with smelt than I have sturgeon. That's a good point. I didn't even think about a big Atlantic. How big do they get out here? Because those things are very powerful for their size, too. A 40-kilo catfish does that to its cara. Really? I just straight reeled in a 22 kilo the other day on this. Just doop doop doo, reeled it right in. I mean, it was heavy, but it didn't fight. I agree, a salmon would have probably turned back more. The new cat. Oh, there go all 3 rods now. Or maybe they've been going and I didn't realize it. That bell sounds new to my ear. The new catfish fight better. They had catfish really silly for a long time. They were just rocks. They'd like barely scoot. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, fish. I made him mad. Thought I had pressed T and hadn't. Better call him out and get out. I still got an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, that's my drag turn to 28 too. It's not like I got my drag turn down to save wear and tear. I could flip it to 29, but I'm too afraid I'll accidentally make a mistake. Did he die? Because if he died, he doesn't seem very big. Or is he just really swimming at me? Just swimming at me. I like to use the rod turning to try to keep my drag from getting hot. He's making a run at me again. This time it's more obvious he's running at me because he's doing that. Yep. Fish on both other rods. Or there was, unless the one dropped off. That one's been on there about as long as this one's been on here. Fucker. That's the danger of that. Taking gambles there. Just need to stop turning that far. Well, the other thing is there's no game design for one either, Sinisters, so... Like, this game doesn't even have controller support, so good luck figuring out how to get a expensive fishing rig to work for this game. Maybe that one will just accidentally swim into my boat over there. We got a chunk panda. A certified chunk panda. I think we can, all of us old timers can agree it's at least 20 keys. I'd be shocked if it was under. I mean, it's shoved into a rock. I do love that they use, like, the chintziest rod holders. 70? I don't think so. I've never landed anything that big to compare, though. Have a good one, Kake. I think it's coming in. Not yet. But this seems like a good sign, though, that it's headed that way. Let me reel on it that long. Against it, too, not just swimming at me. You can see by that way how slow my hand is going that there's actually weight behind this. It's not just reeling line like it was when it was swimming at me. He's like turned sideways right now. God, I played too much this game that I know that. Worry about my energy. $47, I'd be thrilled. That'd be my biggest fish. We need 40 kilos to break my biggest fish. Think 38 kilo beluga is my biggest fish. I think it's close to tired. I think it's right there, but not all the way. I think it'll probably do one or two more runs, but I'm guessing off fish that aren't this one. I want to see where it's at. It looks like a clear reeling. I'm going to try to move to low ground, I think. I'm going to move between the bells so that both of your ears will jingle, is what I'm going to do. In your head. Some dude in a kayak who got too tired to keep paddling. I just can't fight it. It's gonna be a long... Even if it's dead right now, look at how slow I'm retrieving line. Truly the worst part of Russian fishing for me is how slow you reel in big fish. Like, not the fight. I don't mind the fight. I'll fight for 3 hours. It's this part where I'm no longer fighting, but for some reason my dude is reeling. How about if I hold shift, though? I don't have the... it doesn't do as much when you're reeling in a hog. Should I just fish for new reels? Yes. Save that silver. Have you gotten one reel yet? Do you have a 4 kilo reel yet? That's drop. I don't know if you're in the stream. I just assume everyone who's in my fishing chat is in the stream, and if they aren't, fuck them. Speaking of which, dude, Noodler Ned. How about that guy? There's this guy who's been in my fishing chat for years now. Never said a word. Never. I try to talk to him all the time, just for fun. Tried to get his favorite Tom Hanks movie yesterday. Nuh-uh, Ned talked last night? You're fucking kidding me. He waited till I got off? It was weird? Was it like normal? Like nothing happened? Just regular old English? Or was it busted? His name's Noodler Ned. He's gotta speak some English. Or at least it was one word? Grats on someone's level up? Mother... A smiley face? I'm getting... No, wait. You guys plotted this to fuck with my head. This is lies. I'm being lied to. This is some evil Ned plot with you. He's not dead? Hey, Cereal Hands? You knew I wouldn't believe it? Well, that's because I'm getting 2 different answers. Someone said it was just a smiley face, and you're saying it was a grats. I'm feeling like this was something that you guys decided to do to troll me. Because I talked to him for awkwardly for 40 minutes the other day. While everyone else just is like, what the fuck's Richard doing? What's he on about? I also don't think I've ever seen Ned lose a fish. To shame him. He's some sort of fishing god. Talked at? Yeah, talk. I was trying to talk to him, but he wasn't responding. I was making assumptions for him, like his favorite Tom Hanks movie was You've Got Mail, because he's a hopeless romantic. Maybe I just misremembered. This is feeling like a big scheme to get me excited about Ned talking. So there was this guy who walked up to me at PAX and just handed me my favorite drink and walked away without saying anything. And I was like, hey, 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 hey. And in my head, I've just always assumed the dude was a lurker and like was running with the thing so hard that like he didn't even want to say hi. He just gave me a drink and walked off. And like it wasn't social anxiety. I know this for a fact because I've dealt with so many of you that have social anxiety and like seen the difference. This kid, he even like gave me a smile over his shoulder. Like this kid knew what he was doing. And I like to believe it's Ned. Did I drink it if someone... Yeah, absolutely. 100%. And I like to believe that's Ned. And he's never going to speak in the fishing chat. He brought me a drink at PAX. And the funniest part is we'll never know the true extent of his joke because he'll never be able to say anything about it. So it's just for him. That's like serious internal laughter. Unlike this guy over here, right? Like that guy's joke compared to fucking Simpy, his joke's great. Simpy's, he didn't even get a response from me and then still told the punchline. Like that's the difference between a true artisan of his craft and some fucking 12-year-old. Committing to the bit, exactly. It's just mad I won't. The best part is I believe. See, even that he named himself Noodler Ned, knowing how much I hate being asked about noodling. He's here, motherfucker! There he is. I'll lose a fish. It's just one of your alts, huh? It's hardcore's spinning alt. Yeah, that's the other part. He's really good at fishing hardcore. Like he's got, I see him setting weeklies all the time, and I never see him missing fish. At first, I thought he was just like Chinese, but then I was like, he had to have figured out Rich Ham with a capital H, so he had to have been able to understand me or chat explaining that to him. So he's like, speaks well enough English. Why would a bot join my fishing chat? Join my stream to find out the password to my fishing chat to join it. I used to play WoW with these two Chinese, or yeah, they were Chinese. These two Chinese brothers. I assume they're brothers. They had, it was like Desert Dog and Desert Wolf or something like that. And they like never spoke, but they were always there for raids and they did decent. They weren't great. They did decent. I'm not even sure how they got in the fucking guild, but they ended up being like a core part of our raiding group. Uh, and randomly, we're all on Vent or whatever it was at the time, TeamSpeak, Ventrilo, and their fucking mic turned off from unmuted, and I was like, holy shit, they're gonna talk. And it's just screaming Chinese men. Just screaming for like 10 minutes until I eventually had to server mute them. And like 10 minutes later, we got a sorry in chat from them. But they never spoke other than that. They were amazing, though. It was like 2 years of raiding with these guys. And all I ever got out of them was a sorry and screaming Chinese. Same fish, yeah. Of the parasocial relationship? Maybe. No, I had commented on how, like, usually at PAX, the people that come up and meet me aren't the Lismals and the hardcores and the people that I interact with regularly in chat. It's the it's the fucking random guy that doesn't really speak. He's a lurker, and then he comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm fucking Joe Blow 123," and starts chatting with me, and I don't know anything about him, so it's kind of weird. I don't have a way to be like, "Oh yeah, man, thanks for everything you do for this stream." It's just like, "Hi, nice to meet you." Catfish? I think it's a sturgeon. If I was a betting man, I'd bet on a sturgeon. It almost fooled my Tagara. And a lot of times I say it so fast, and I will be more, if I ever go to cons again, which I haven't done in years now, but if I ever go to cons again, I will be more honest with people and be like, what was the name? Let me try to really hear it. Oh, and then you get in the issue of I pronounce it wrong. I've had that twice now, where someone's like, gives me their Twitch URL, and then like a week later in chat, they're like, hey, I met you at PAX. I'm like, who are you? We met? And they're like, yeah, you always pronounce my name this way, but it's actually said this one. I'm like, oh, fuck. Why didn't you just tell me the way I pronounce it so that we could have at least in person known who we were? You know me and I don't know you. Lacquer? That's how you say lacquer. Everyone says it lacquer. What are you talking about? Try using Ned's full name. Noodler Ned. Maybe he only responds to... Maybe he forgot what his username is. It's technically Lacarte, I think, but... Yeah, and those are easier names, right? If Captain Cereal Hands walked up to me and be like, yeah, that's Captain Cereal Hands, the dude who talks about food a lot. I had a whole bit yesterday on I'm trying to be better about remembering things about people. Convect is from Massachusetts or Sweden. And that I'm happy with that. I know for a fact they're from one or the other. Confidently can say that. "15 minutes before I land it?" Probably. Oh shit, it's 2:06. I think I've been on this fish about 30 minutes. How did I decide those two places? It's a long story. Not really. I lump you all together into little groups of you have similar personalities and or similar names. Card Major and Convex have similar personalities and both have blue names. Convex is from Sweden. Doesn't have a gun. That's how I just remembered. Card Major has guns. Who did you get paired with? I don't know enough about you. No, I know enough about you. From Texas, moving to Ohio. Used to fish sharks, maybe, but I think I'm mistaking you for the guy I want you to be. We've played enough games together. The problem is the people that like I don't have a good like thing to connect you to, you know. You did some shark fish. You weren't the kayak shark guy though, were you? There was a specific guy that was kayak shark fishing that kept offering to take me, and I think he's just gone. And I want it to be everyone, because I want to do that. You kayak his bait out. Yeah, it's pretty common with shark. Kayak your bait out, drop it off, then go back to your rods on shore. Because it's really hard to cast, you know, how far out you need to be with heavy half a fish and stuff like that. So, interesting with this fish is I feel like we've hit a wall. It's not behind anything, right? It doesn't look to be behind anything, unless it's behind something way up in that river. Yeah, that's where I'm wondering if I got this thing stuck. But it keeps pulling a little bit. Yeah, I think it is stuck. I reeled it here and then it just clicks. So it pulled back a tiny bit there, but I think that's just pulling back what I reeled in. Yeah. Because it wasn't this heavy when I was reeling in the first bit. It was just letting me reel it in. I think it got stuck. Fuck! And I think it did get stuck right up at that river mouth. Yeah, right there. I might go check, yeah. I mean, we'll give it a minute, but... I don't want to fall in the fucking water. Yeah, it was a fish. It swam all the way over there. It's stuck. I can't get it right now. We think. I mean, I'll try to lock it down and pull it over it if I have to. I think I can do that without breaking anything but a leader. I think is that it? No, it's a rock. Yeah, there's rocks there. It swam through those rocks and can't swim over it. And you can't pull it back over it. Annoying, I might lose visual on my line too. Stop losing fish, y'all. I keep thinking it's me. Yeah, I did, I lost my line. The old raise up in your seat as if it's gonna help you see something. Yeah, it's stuck on something in there. I'd be happy to just see it and know what it was. Oh yeah, I can stand up in the game too. Wish I could follow my line so I knew where it was. It should be right in this side somewhere. There it is. Saw it. Saw its tail. 100%. So it's stuck on that rock. So if I walk to the other side of that island, maybe I could pull it free. Yep, there it was again. It's definitely there. Definitely. See if we can get a better shot at it. Might be able to pull it free. It's definitely a sturge. Yeah. Their tails are always wiggling. What was that rock, wasn't it? Oh yeah, there it was. There's his tail. Decent sized fish though, that's a big tail. It should be so easy to pull a fish around that fucking rock game. What is he, stuck in a dent on the opposite side of the rock? Under that log. See, the log's actually above the water. I'm hoping if I walk way over here to this side, I can pull it off that rock. Because it was on the edge. It wasn't like it was buried in the middle or between two. It's on the edge of a rock. If not, I gotta lock my reel and hope I can lift it over enough to... It's definitely dead though. Sitting on the top of the water. If it was still fighting, it would be underwater. There's enough. There you go. I also don't want to fall in the lake, because then I lose the fish. Yeah, weirdly, the way things get stuck in this game, they don't slide. They get glued to things. Yeah, I think I'm fucked. Yeah, like I'm so far to the left of that rock now, it should be easy to pull that fish off there. They haven't figured out how to make things in this game deflect. No, you can't pick up your rod in your boat. There's no way. A dev wouldn't do anything. They would just tell you, that's part of the game, baby. He's dead, though. I don't think he will swim out on his own. I'll just lose him, right? Dead fish don't move. Wait a minute. I didn't break. They don't really know. Nom nom. Let's see real quick. Make sure I'm not gonna break anything. Oh, my line is the same strength as my leader, huh? That was a bad choice. Might snap my line. How did that happen? Oh, I know how that happened. I put the wrong line on this rod. Well, your line stretches and weakens, Gengar. But I've never, literally never had that happen, and I've broke more lines than... What's happening? My fish is stuck on a rock. Fought it forever, big fish, stuck on a rock. Can't get it to move. I'm trying to lift it over, just actually lift it, but I don't think that's gonna work. That's locked and lifting with everything I got. I can't lift this fucking rod. And then, yeah, then if that doesn't work, I'll open my bail and see. The problem is how long, you know, how long do you open it before you let it go or lose the fish? I'll try to get some energy back real quick. I thought somebody sent me coffee when I was struggling earlier. I mean, that moved a lot, but enough to move the fish off the rock? No, I got excited there. There's more rocks, but I think that worked. Nope. There's the rock. I guess I just... I'm a liar. Man, that seemed like he moved a long way. I'm not sure it's the same. It could be a different rock, huh? Looks like the same spot though. I mean, I'm gonna give this thing everything I got and go double check it. I thought he was unstuck there. I reeled a lot of line. But I guess not. Yeah, he got stuck somewhere we can't reach him. We're trying to figure a way out of this thing. MacGyver our way out of this thing. I'm nothing but committed to trying to catch every single fish that gets on the line, so putting the pole on the rock seems to have helped me guide myself. Got a real good indicator now. I love it. Oh, there is another rock right in front of that rock. I may have just reeled him off that rock into this one. Nope. Don't think so. No, I did. Yeah, I got him off the first rock. He's on the second rock. Hey, we've made progress, boys. This rock's a lot shorter. It's a sturgeon. Now the question is, try this. I guess I try the same tactic, and I want to stay on the right side of the island. I still want to pull him right? Anyone got ticket for here? I might run out. Up and over that rock is probably not possible, huh? I could try a lock and lift. I think the one drag worked okay. Oh, wrong boat. It's a 5-day. I'll send that back to you. Thank you. I did not land the fish. It got stuck on a rock. But then we got it unstuck from a rock and it got stuck on a new rock. But the fact of the matter is we got it unstuck from one rock. So we can maybe get it unstuck from a second rock. Do I go... I think I pull left. I don't think lifting it is viable. I think it would have lifted by now if it was. I think the answer is the same thing we did and pray it doesn't get off. Stuck again. My lock and lift just isn't that much stronger than my regular lift. It doesn't seem to be floating off it as well this time. Last time it was a pretty constant pull off it. Now I think it's just me bumping the mouse. Damn. It's stuck on a rock, and I don't know how to get it off here. I got it off one rock, but I can't get it off the second one. I guess just open the bail, huh? The one drag didn't do it this time like it did last time. Or it's just I can't get an angle this time to get him to move. You can't just get it with the boat. That's not an option. can't bump it because it's not in a place I can bump it. That's why it's not an option. Remember when I said my favorite thing about this game is people who just tell me I can do things I can't do? I already did, Liz. I already explained that one too. Alice is fine. What is beeping? Sorry, I'm frustrated by this stupid fucking fish. But it's off the map. It can't be bumped with a boat. If it was on the map, I'd have bumped it with a boat by now. And Alice doesn't get out of school till 3. I got plenty of time. And I can just fucking sit here and go get her because this fish ain't going nowhere. When it's off the map, it's small? What's small? The fish is not small. I can drive over there and look at it. It's definitely not small. Fuck. You can do it. I don't have any strategies, and just sitting here is not going to solve it. I have to attempt something, and I've just run out of ideas besides just opening my bail, but I'll probably just lose the fish, but I guess that's what I'm going with. I didn't do anything. Uh-oh, I'm about to fall in the lake. Oof. I've seen the rock, I've seen the fish. It's you get no pull angle on the rock, right? The rock is right there. So pulling, there's no angle to pull to the right of the rock. The only angle is to pull left. My island is right of the rock. Or, well, depending on the direction you're looking at it. But yeah, from here, you're just pulling in a straight line into the rock. But who knows? I'll try it. Yeah, I went up and looked at the fish. I got it off the first rock. I just can't get it off this second rock. And the second rock looks easier than the first one was, but for some reason it won't float there. And I think it won't float there because it's floating into the log. I think it's too big to float back the way I pulled it through. Nah, you can't use the boat. If I could use the boat, I'd just drive up there and net it. I also think it's why I can't lift it, is because it's hitting on that fucking log. Yeah, the problem is things just don't slide in this game. They run into it and stick like they haven't. All they needed to do to stop this shit is give fish the ability to scoot. There's no way this would ever happen. You cannot get on the boat with a rod. I promise. No amount of attempts. There's no way to do it, or we'd have all done it a million times by now. Yeah, and you can't use the net without the rod in your hand. The only answer is to get the fish unstuck from here with this rod. I guess I'm going to open the bail again and see. This point worked the best last time. It's the furthest left. Nope, right back into it. Maybe even into a different rock for all I fucking know. I'll go look at it one more time. But before I abandon hope. I don't have to do shit. I'll do what I want. They said that on the first rock, and then I got off. How big is it? Probably like 40, 50 kilos, if I had to guess. Might be smaller now. I don't know. Ran my Tagara ragged. At this point, it's just about winning. Don't want to lose to a fish, or technically in this scenario, a rock. I'm going to get cut in two. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. I'm trying to lift it over the rock. That's probably why it won't float back either. I shouldn't have lifted first. It's fucking on the rock and the log. And hitting on the log because there's collision on the log. So now it won't go either direction. Fuck. That's a good sized fish. Can I shoot it with a slingshot? I don't think you can use a slingshot. No, you can't net it. Oh, baby. I think the slingshot always goes up. Duh. Yeah. How close can I get? This is it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's it. No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm not close enough even if I could do that exact thing. It's funny though. How big is that? I can't tell. It's not huge. You can even see the smelt. It looks bigger the longer I stare at it. Spear him with a long telly stick. Chat, I mean, none of this is gonna do anything. My pole's inside him. Now what? What's next? I'm smacking the shit out of him. What's next? Open the bail and drive up? You think he'll stay on long enough for me to open the bail and drive up here? I shouldn't have picked him up. Trying to lift him was a bad idea. I stuck him on that tree, I think. Surprised that tree has any collision with a fish. Super weird that it does. I think it's intended-ish. I don't know, maybe not. It feels really weird. Yeah, I could... that's a better idea. Let's try lifting him more. But it sure looks like he is just wedged between the rock and a hard place, a tree. But I like the idea of let's just try to lift him a little more and see if he moves, if I was moving him at all. I definitely lifted him onto the rock. How are they with the 80 months? Yeah, the lift fucked me. If I would have just let him float back like I did the first time, I think I had a better chance. But who'd have fucking thought he was gonna collide with his back on a log? But maybe, there's a chance, just maybe, I'm only just slowly lifting the fish over the rock, and he didn't collide with the log, and it's just taking a lot to get that fish over the rock. Fingers crossed, please, Russian fishing devs. He looks like he's in the same damn position, though. I do have binos. I've been using them. No, he doesn't look like he's moved, eh? I took a screenshot. Let's us compare. Dude, he's higher up. Maybe I'm just looking at a different angle. No, he is higher up. He's definitely higher up. A lot, actually. I could see the smelt before. But you couldn't see his whole fin before from this angle. I don't know that it's working, but he's definitely higher up. We're going to hit him with another print screen. Game. Give us a reference point. I don't think I can lift him that far. But god damn it, I ain't giving up. We already tried that, Liz, and it didn't. And I think it's because I now have him on top of the rock, which is why I kept saying I shouldn't have lifted him in the first place. That's how I got him off the first rock, was letting him have pull. But now he's on a rock, and fish don't do a good job of swimming on land. If I could drive over there with my fishing rod, y'all, do you think I'd be doing this back and forth shit? For some weird reason, because they don't want people to have the advantage of chasing fish. It's a game aspect, not a realism standpoint. This is still a video game after all. So the question is, what did it? Fuck me! Come on, motherfucker! We just gotta get him over. I think if anything was the strongest, it was walking and lifting like that, because it gets the rod the highest. No, we just need to lift, not a left-right wiggle, just a lift. I want to do it from a high point here. Yeah. I got stuck. He's not going backwards, doesn't seem like, so. Alright, get the rod up. Get the rod up. Turn the tension up. Turn the tension up. Don't want to break it. Just want to put a lot of pressure on my very expensive reel. This will never pay for itself. Those moves right there. That felt like he moved. I might be drunk, but that certainly felt like he moved. Come on, you motherfucking fish. Oof. Oof. It's a $20,000 reel. The majority of people who play this game never earn that much money, let alone buy a $20,000 reel with other reels. Just because you've been playing for a year and a half and have Vangas doesn't change the fact that a Tagara is incredibly expensive. He's not drunk, he's just full of himself. And wants to brag about how much further along he is. Keep pressure, yeah. And wait for the fish to flop, yeah. That's why I thought I got him to move there. I gotta run and get my kiddo off the bus here in a minute, so I'm gonna run back a little more. I mean, the fish, yeah, we'll just wait until suffocation. At this point, we're just killing the fish. Then I'll go collect him later. He didn't move that time. I think I just got him more stuck. I spent, I don't know, 30 minutes fighting him, and then now I've spent 30 minutes unsticking him and resticking him in rocks. He was back there on one of those rocks. Nah, he's right where he was. He's not. He scooched a little. I hate it. He scooched a little, like a tiny bit. For sure. The rock is even slanted in my direction. It's a nice ramp. I don't think it's the tree now that I'm looking at how much he's in that tree. I don't think it's the tree. I think it's just picking him up over the fucking rock. He really just did scooch. I'm not making it up. He definitely scooched. The more that's out of the water, the heavier he gets. Kind of, but they flop on land. I've had fish on the ground. They flop on land. If I got him all the way out of the water, I think he'd flop one way or the other. I feel like it's kind of working too. I'm certainly not giving up. When you invest an hour into a dumbass fish, you invest 3. I can't ram him, alright? I've rammed him free by now. He's out of the map, though, so I have to move. I got him off one rock, and I should have used the exact same strategy to get him off the second rock, but I didn't. I was like, maybe if I just pull a little, it'll go right around it. Nope, he went up on top of it. Now he won't float backwards. I don't think it'll do anything if it's not locked. It might, though. Come on, mighty sturgeon. Come on, dumb Russian fishing for physics. Let this thing just randomly fucking floop or flop or flippity. It sucks because I really want to see if, like, it's hard to know what is working. Turning around with the rod. Pulling this way? That pulls backwards, not the right way. Whoa. All right, I gotta go get my kiddo off the bus, so I'm gonna do that. I'll be back. Y'all have fun.
Okay.
We're gonna go drive over there and see if I've moved it at all. I've been tugging and pulling.
Can I hear you?
They can hear me, and you.
Hi. Oh. What was it? Yeah. A person wants my fish.
What?
To put my fish.
Yeah.
Second. Third. Hi.
How was school?
Hey.
Did you learn about anything else about volcanoes? Did you learn about how to get fish unstuck from rocks in video games?
First time chat from viewer.
Yep, that's a new thing they added.
What's that mean?
This is the first time they've ever chatted in my channel.
Good. But.
First time they ever typed anything in chat.
Hello.
There he is. There's his dumb little nose. See it wiggling there on that rock?
He's on the rock.
See my fishing line?
Someone consumed cheese.
Look how far away my fishing pole is. It's way up on that hill over there. See it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's my fishing line.
Someone just ate cheese.
I'm not gonna hold X. I don't want to. Leave if you don't want to watch me struggle with this fish. It's that simple.
Yeah. You want to watch him catch the fish and why are you watching? That's a big fish.
It
That
is.
looks like an
He's moved a
alligator.
lot now.
That looks like an alligator.
It's a sturgeon. Oh, he moving. We moving him. Look at. I have pictures to show you.
Oh my god, did he
Look at. See, that's where he was. But I think before that we have another picture.
Okay.
He was there.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we got him to there, and now he's here. Do you think he's moving? Yeah, he's moving.
He moved a lot.
He moved a lot since the first picture.
Uh-oh. He's the size of a tree.
He's a big boy, huh?
Take a few hours. I can't stay for a few hours. I'm gonna fall asleep.
Well, the good thing is you don't gotta stay here for a few hours.
Someone wants it to turn into 24-hour stream of removing fish.
I mean, it's moving into the. I feel like if you can get it to belly, it's gotta flop. They don't ever just lay still on land. And even if you get it to belly, then you can guaranteed get it there. Yeah, it would be nice to net him from there, but unfortunately that doesn't work. So back to tugging and pulling. If only I knew which technique was moving him. I feel like I have a few ideas, but I'm not sure. I mean, if he spits the hook at this point, so be it. But I'm not giving up. That's for damn sure. I once fought a fish for 7 IRL. Okay, I think that's an exaggeration. But it was like many, many IRL hours in Fishing Planet. While people like Bodzik came in and said, you can't ever catch that fish because your gear is too small. And you know what happened, chat? My gear was too small, and the game's bad, and all my gear exploded. However, I still did it. Because I commit to catching a fish.
Why is the
No, I didn't get the fish. I didn't. They have a bad mechanic where you literally can't catch fish that are a certain size over your gear. So I think what was working here, there's two options. It's either just the hold, the locked hold, or the backup lock.
Someone was there for that. They said it was very close to 7 hours. I was there for that.
I thought it was close to 7 hours.
Did you watch the whole stream?
So we're going to do some tugs. We're going to do some pulls. We're going to check it. Then I'm going to do it locked. That way I know which one's doing it, which one's not. You think it was this? You think it was this technique? This one? I mean, that's the same as this one. Kind of. But I think this has got more lift to it. I'm using science. It's all you can do is science it.
Science!
That's right. Never give up, honey. All right?
Never give up on fishing?
Definitely not on fishing.
I thought did not.
I thought he was free for a second. I almost cried.
But he's not. He's still there.
He's still there. I wish I could see him from here, but he doesn't pop in until you get a lot closer.
Hello, home. Guys, you're gonna become a scientist for sure. Well, not if my school's teaching me the same thing over and over again. I'm gonna become a scientist.
All right. I feel like we've put some good poles on it. We haven't been putting many more than that before we go check it. But I just want to know, I think it's got to be the lock that's moving it. I don't know, they're so close together though. A little more of this one, chat like this one. A little more of this one. Oh yeah. Ooh.
Alice was gonna successfully clone fish and world hunger. Well, Daddy will have to catch the fish and then I can clone the fish and then I can end world hunger. But Daddy just has to catch the fish because I don't like fishing. I like it sometimes.
The behind the back tug.
But I don't love it.
What, honey?
I love you.
I love you more. I'm glad you're home. I don't know why they're right there. They're for cutting your cuticles on your fingernails, but Daddy uses them for fishing line. All right, now let's go see if this fish moved again. I didn't take a picture last time, chat. And naming it. We can keep the fish and mount it on the wall. Behind the back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The funny part with that one is when you lift the rod, you give the fish more line. But I've tried a lot of different techniques unlocked there. I think locked is all that's been moving it, but we'll see. Cold hands. I also use your tiny glove to open my bottles. You want to open this for me? I'm weak. You're strong. Oh, this one was easy to open. Your tiny dirt bike glove for your dirt bike you never ride. I know. It's okay. Papa Dave bought it long before you asked for it, so.
Sometimes I see things, but then I can't find them again.
What are you making for lunch? Your dad's got a fish stuck on a rock. Advent calendar chocolate?
What was that?
I don't know. What was that?
It's a ghost! Everybody does a ghost in their house.
He did not move very much, if at all. I don't think at all.
Daddy! He's back! The thing that tells us to find
So I think it is the locked lifting.
He did move.
You think he moved a little?
Yeah.
You think so?
Why is the fishing lure?
That's not a lure. That's a fish.
Why
I caught him with a live fish. So that's the live fish.
Donnie, the thing telling us to buy things on Amazon.
Yep.
And to support you that I don't like him. Can you get rid of him?
No. Because we need that money.
Well, why can't you tell them yourself?
Good question. Because I don't want to have to shill. I can't tell. I don't think he moved that time. Do you, chat?
He moved a little bit. Daddy, if you're moving your camera, then they can't see if you move. Okay, no movement. There was movement. Did you take a picture this time?
She has the right. She is right though. That's true. I looked at it for a while before I started wiggling my camera like a lunatic.
Daddy,
Yes, ma'am.
someone asked if you can just walk up and grab the fish.
If I could have, I would have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why didn't you you have to put it out, and isn't he getting hurt right now?
The fish?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's a virtual fish, so we're okay with it.
Oh, we eat fish all the time.
Come
What
back,
just
thank you for the 5
happened?
gift subs. They gave us 5 gift subs.
Daddy, they made it new. They made it different.
They did
Piggy
change it.
time.
Yeah,
Daddy, I'll make the
happy
camera.
present, pigs.
I can't do it because the screen. Like,
So I got the camera shrunk down
yeah.
to not show off my mess.
Yeah, bigger, a little bit bigger so they can see me.
Alright. So the one I think was really moving it. We're doing the science. It's going to take a little more time, but we're doing the science. The one I think was really moving it was this one.
Bye-bye. I'm going down.
Oof, almost broke it there. Boy, how was I moving before without being terrified I was snapping my
Why
shit?
is this battle cup so big, Daddy?
'Cause it's from one of your sweet teas.
It is? That's from Gatorade.
That won't move it. That's not actually making any movement. How did I do that? Oh, that was how I was doing it.
Why is me mimicking the pig making you happy? Why is that pig dancing?
You're squeezing my arm off.
I know. The door is cold, Daddy.
It is. It's snowing out there.
No, it's not.
It was when I went to get you.
It's not anymore. Unless it's snowing in this side. The wind sounded like a tornado. When I was at school.
Did it?
Yeah, it was really loud. And everyone was like, what's that sound? And I was like, it's the wind! Look outside!
God, that's terrifying. I'm gonna break my stuff.
Daddy, that's you. I drew you. Why
That is me.
is your head so square?
You used to draw square heads on people.
I also used to draw circle things with little stick arms and
Yeah.
stick legs. They look like potato people now.
I mean, if that ain't moved him, I don't know what will.
Oh! Why does that piggy have a diamond in it?
Hardcore thing for the 500 bits. All right, let's check again.
What are the bits? You told me this before. Aren't they
Money.
cents?
It's just money.
Cents?
Yep,
Because if it was $500, I would be alive.
that would be. Hey, stop that. Yeah, no banging and bumping things.
Okay. Daddy, I put a fishing emoji.
They do have a fishy emoji.
Can I tell them to put kitty
You
and
can-
doggy emojis up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, everybody put kitty and doggy emoji. You don't want to, you don't have to.
If you don't want to, you don't have to. Is a nice attitude.
That's not a fish or a kitty, that's a...
Well, there's a delay, remember?
Oops, I meant not a fish.
That's
That's a kitty, that is a fish. I don't know that.
the butt of a cat, I think.
Where's the head?
It's facing away from you.
Puppy! What is that? Daddy, what?
People make weird emote combos because they're weird.
I mean, you can put in fishies, but I don't know what that is. What? Daddy,
What?
what is that?
It went backwards. I feel like I lost ground this time.
You did. He's stuck in it.
Oh no, I didn't. Oh no, I didn't. We didn't see this bit here, did we?
Oh, no, we
This
didn't.
part under his jaw? Had we been seeing that?
You didn't see it when you got it last
Oh no. Wait, is that my... Oh no. I didn't take a screenshot. I forgot.
Why? Wait.
Print
why-
screen.
Wait.
It's slow going. I'll tell you what.
Why? Now you gotta go back. They can't see your screenshots, can they?
No, they can't see my screenshot, but we don't care if they can see it. It's about Dad seeing it.
You gotta go back to the chat so you can
Alright, got him saved. Oh.
Okay. What kind of...
You truly don't think he budgeted all that time? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Why is the puppy crying?
If it is, it wasn't a lot. It would be a long pull. Can I see how long he is?
Christmas puppy. Too many emotes. Someone said too many emotes. Oh, that's the thing that I don't like.
It's to keep people from being annoying. Holy crap, he's so long!
Really?
Look at the size of that body.
I told you he's an alligator. He's not a fish. What is that?
Can't even see his tail.
That's a fish. That's not a fish. That's a gator. It is a gator. You're right.
Shoot.
You thought it was That's a gator.
Got some work to do. I don't know.
Daddy, you can't be up here for 7 hours. I'm here.
I won't be up here for 7 hours.
I can't. I'm gonna starve. Well,
I can always just AFK the fish. Leave him laying on the rock for a while. Don't worry.
I wouldn't starve. I have snacks. What I would. Oh, I have frozen waffles that I can eat.
Mmm. Are you hungry? Are you want to make some food?
Do we have frozen waffles?
We do have frozen waffles. So, do you want for lunch? And start tugging. The problem is the way fishing reels work. There's like only so much tugging you can do. It pulls line. I was trying to drive in there. I had to come here and get a new ticket for my boat.
Why do you keep Okay.
Actually, the old dude sent. I'm gonna use his ticket and I'll send him one back. Old dude sent me a 5-day for the speedboat. Old dude is some name I'm using to call a guy that I don't know his name. He's definitely moved twice. The question is, did he move again? I don't think so. If he did, it wasn't a lot. Not for how much work I put into it. And he didn't move when I didn't lock at all, I don't think.
Puffball fell out of his chair. Puffball.
Yeah, this will make it less painful. Slightly.
This is puffball's chair. This is puffball's lunch.
The other thing we still haven't tried is if I left my bail open for a while and then go check on him, is he slowly sliding off the rock? What? But I don't think he's gonna now. I think we've got him to a point of no return with the rock. You'd think he'd flip right off there. Every time I try to land the fish on land, they flip right off there.
Daddy, does everyone have one of those annoying thingies?
The bot? Yes.
Oh. Like, buy things from Amazon? From you?
Yeah, if they click that link and buy stuff from Amazon, Dad gets like a few cents for everything they buy. But since so many people buy from Amazon, you know, it's worth it. We're trying the over-the-shoulder technique. Reel it up, Slam it down. Ugh. Energy killer.
What's happening? Did you let go of the fish?
Nope.
Okay. I gave you bunny ears.
You gave me bunny ears. It's a big stuck one. Well, big for me.
Oh,
Better be careful.
Daddy.
The
It's their first time talking.
yeah,
Oh no, it's
honey.
spinning me.
Yeah, don't spin me.
I'm going to take all these and I'll make a craft again.
But we've gotten it to move a bit, so I can't quit now. I gotta keep trying to get it to move more.
But you can't do that forever.
No, not forever.
You can't live your life in here.
I could try. I can just set the rod down and live my life, then come back later and try again. No, mother.
Daddy, no.
I was just gonna say mother.
Language.
Yes, ma'am. Ah, my energy.
Daddy,
What?
see, there's still some drinks. There's still a little bit of drinking. I don't just.
It sucks because I keep thinking I'm going to get to a point where he's stuck. I shouldn't check this much. I should just sit there and horse on it for like 20 minutes and see if it comes off there. But if it gets stuck, then it's 20 minutes down the drain. But it's 20 minutes down the drain driving back and forth to see that I move him 6 centimeters. I keep hoping I'm going to drive over here and he's going to be all the way up on his belly. But he's definitely not. Yeah, I think he may have stopped now. He looks higher. I gotta check the picture. He's definitely higher. Though this boat is different, so maybe that's why. Before you couldn't see under his fin. He did try to pull back for an entire day in game. And then he died, and I got him stuck on a rock. You can see under his fin now. That's new. It might just be the boat's higher. All right. Where'd he go? I lost him. Maybe it's just my angle. Maybe it was my angle of approach. Can still see under his fin. That looks a lot more like what we saw last time. Yeah, that's pretty close. Fudging fish. I think it's hard because the boat, your angle's going to be different, your boat's going to be different. Why do you switch to doing the garbage downstairs if you're doing them down there? Throw. If I could have netted him, if I could have drove my boat to him, if I could have fucking thrown a hand grenade to blow up the tree, I would have done those things, y'all. My kid's gone. I can swear all I want. I have an idea.
Okay. Bye, Daddy.
Bye, baby.
Goodbye.
I better change that one. That one's not specific enough.
Daddy, I have enough bottle caps to fill my pocket.
You do? Fuck off, birds. You're so loud. I forgot to turn my headphones up. Never mind. Oh, buddy. I don't think keeping pressure is the I don't think keeping pressure is the answer. I think you want to be pulling, right? Tugging. Needs to be movement, I think, personally. Working for 20 minutes before I drive back over there? I was going to try to work it for... This is nerve-wracking. And again, the problem is I don't know which technique is for sure moving it. I'm pretty sure it's this, though. Something in here. If not like this, then maybe the back pedal I was trying earlier. I know with telesticks, a step back gives a good yank. Between a rock and a tree. Not sure the tree has actual collision here or not. The rock, definitely. Quick check, quick eyeball check. Line hasn't moved really. It looked to the right of the rock. What if he was free? He's not. But what if he was? Oh, come on, you stubborn fish. You know what I need? Lube. Get over there and hit him with a sample pack of the KY. My energy's dead, so now it's hard to hold my rod up. So that's when I go check him. Read the screen, man. I haven't been fighting it. I've been trying to pull it over a rock. It looks like it moved a lot. I might be being hopeful here. I'm gonna close my eyes like Pokemon. Close your eyes, hold down and B, up and A, whatever your button choice is. Oh, it moved a... No, I don't think it moved at all. Damn. head looks further out. It just doesn't, though. I have screenshots and everything. This time it doesn't. There was a time where it did. This ain't it. Damn. But I do see what Gravis was saying. If I put it on drag on 1 and go check on it, but yeah, probably lose it that way. It definitely doesn't look like it. And that was the worst, the hardest I ever yanked on it, so. I think at this point, we may be fudged. Besides getting it to go backwards, but you know, you kind of jerked it all the way up onto a rock between a rock and a tree. No, Gengar, I don't think there's any point. It did float backwards, lock, even when it was dead, though. That part is inaccurate. It's just, we already got it unstuck from one rock by letting it float backwards, dead. This is the second rock, by the way, which is why I'm being extra stubborn, because I already done got him over, or past one rock, around the corner on one rock. Yeah, no, that time it didn't move. The fuck did that? Alright, I hate to sound optimistic, but I feel like he moved. No. Maybe? I'm trying to think. No? Maybe? No. My energy's depleted again. Time for a check on him break. Eat a fair lollipop? From the original stuck position to now, it's moved a whole mouth. Originally, all we saw was his nose on top of the, well, no, his nose on top of the rock. Now he's up here. So, I mean, We've gone this far. A fair. It's from the fair. But what if we come over here and he's just hammered out of the water, like basically free? Don't look, chat. Down and B. Down and B. He appears to be stuck. He is higher out of the water. But, like, not enough to matter. That is actually higher. I know. I'm pretty confident that's actually higher. It is. God damn it, it is. I think it's the angle. I think it's just angles. I think it's just angles now that we're seeing. Trying to get... No, that's still higher. Even at a really off angle. Even at a fish favorable angle. That's still... He is fucking higher. God, why? Yeah, because like the best angle I could give him is to be to the right of the rock in an attempt to block. Okay, well now I've just gone wonky town. Like even way over here. You still see more of his dumb fish body. We just have to pull that much more though. However much is under that water. Sorry, I want to save an image of this because it's very funny. There's got to be a point though, right? Like a point where it gets a tiny bit easier. Or a point where he can help me with his dumb fluke flopping. Whoa. He was way up out of the water there for a second, huh? He slid back into position, though. Yeah, it looked like he had almost rolled over there for a second. No idea why or what caused that. It may not be me at all. It may be just him. Just watch our fish friend for a minute. It's his wiggle animation? Yeah, but look, like there, he's turning. He's turning. See? Look at him turning. And then he lays back down. You join into a stuck fish. Big fish stuck on rock log combo. No, he's definitely moved up. There's no way to say it's just him rotating. He's certain, like, legitimately, you should see the first... Oh, I don't have the first one saved anymore, but if you did, you should see the first one. It's just like you can't see his mouth at all. Oh, gotta add another text. Hitting him with ground bait is kind of cathartic. That part's true. Just kidding, it's challenging. Tried it with a slingshot too. Don't worry. You can't even take the shovel out in the boat. That's just basic fishing knowledge. I can keep horsing on him. I can open the bale or turn the dragway down and hope he somehow floats fucking backwards. That one I don't believe is going to happen now that he's on top of a rock. I think the only option is to keep forcing on him and hope magic happens between him getting on that rock and flopping. If he got on land, he'd flop. The problem is he's not in or on. He's just half and half. But, like, even a dead fish laying on land rolls all over the fucking place. Where's my rod? No, not 2+ hours. Okay, going on 2 hours. But it was only 30 minutes of fighting the fish. Spent an hour and a half of fighting rocks. We got off one rock, and now we're trying to get off the second rock that has proved to be quite a pain in my ass. See, everyone keeps saying fighting for 20 minutes, but the problem is I can't. The energy gets to a point where I just can't. Okay, I'm not fucking up anything too bad. Time for an energy break. Let's go see our fish friend. How did I end up way down there? Staring at the sky, yanking my rod. This is the second time, yeah. First one I did it. But I moved him around the rock, not over the rock. The second rock was a lot taller. So I moved him around. And the second one I was like, oh, he's not stuck that bad. Maybe I can just pull him over. That was a mistake. Should have tried the same thing I did on the first rock. God, he's going to be... You wait, chat. He's going to be halfway up the rock. I got sick of answering dumb questions to people assuming that I didn't try the most obvious of things like netting a fish. Down in B, down in B, down in B, down in B, down in B. Is it just me or is he sky fucking high? Nose to the... Oh my god, he's huge. He's out of there. Okay, I can't tell. Like now, for a minute it looked like he was way higher. He's not. You fucking idiot fish. Look at his side relative to the water level. What about it? Oh, you think that now we're gonna have to see, we're gonna have to take a different angle? I took that screenshot too, don't worry. So he was at his second bump. And count his bump spots from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's fucking higher. No, he can't be. It's gotta just be my angle. Oh, he just turned a little. He just... How upsetting. Dumb fish. There's no swing to try. There was never a swing to begin with. The drag lets, the reel lets out line, guys, so there is no ability to swing. Like, you can't, that's just not an option. You can't pull left, you can't pull right, you can pull up on a locked pull. How? Magic. It won't do anything, though. Come back. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm still just going to be lifting up. I mean, I have tried that, but... I don't think the log is there. I think the log is irrelevant, honestly. Half his body's inside that log. None of his body is inside the rock. That's why I think the log is irrelevant. Yeah, the thing is I can't pull any strength left or right, right? I pull drag. Even if I tried to lock it and pull, like, it goes up. And really at this point he's stuck. He has to go over. So we're going to try one thing we haven't tried. May cost us the fish. Got us the first rock, though. Reeled in there. We're probably going to see fish got away here in a second. But we're going to drive over there and see if he goes backwards off the rock. It's definitely not relevant to the line. Hook line has no impact. Line specifically has, like, it goes through things, right? It doesn't give a fuck. I'll drive right through it. The hook itself and the bait do have impact, but you can see them on top of the rock. No, he is stuck now. No, it's a perfect mouth lip hook. You can see the bait hanging out of his mouth. Oh, I set the drag to 1. This is basically the same concept as opening the bail. With a fish this big, it's not going to be affected by either. I can try the open bail too, but we saw that setting the drag to 1 had the same impact. But, like, if he could move, he'd be moving. He did before. His body, his mass alone is just too much. Poke and stick, I know. That would have been great. I will poke him again just out of anger. Oh, I can't hit him anymore. The other boat's lower to the water. You can't, if I could drive into it, I would have. That's an invisible wall. He was stuck on that rock back there. I got him off that rock. And then he pulled around and hit this rock. He's rolling. He's gonna roll back though. Yep. He's done that before. Never that far. Try to read. Hit him with a rescue squirrel. I don't think I could cast him. I think my odds of hitting him with a cast are like 3. I'm just gonna get a lure snagged. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. Not far enough. Too far. Take the bait, buddy. Take the bait. I don't think it interacts with the fish. I think it reels right over it. Or right through it. The line goes through it. Yeah, it reeled right through it and out its mouth. So that ain't the answer. But made for a cute screenshot. Paste. Stuck fish with mouse. Alright, time to go open the bail, and then come look at him. Go to the island and try to move it to the right. I've been at this for 2 hours. I've tried to move it every direction known to man. Beyond like some jank physics shit happening, we're fucked, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna open the bail though and see if that matters. It won't. If it's off the rock, we gotta immediately turn around and go. Nope, it's still stuck on the rock. Idiot fish. You're rotating the other way. He definitely scooted back a tiny bit, but he's not off the rock. He's weirdly just twisted the other direction now. It's not the first time it's moved. It's not the first time it's attempted to rotate. He looks further to the right now. Yeah, he moves around. That's for sure. Definitely seen all that happen before. I think if he got off the hook, he would stay there. Funny enough. For a while, at least. I have tilted the fish in the other. Thank you for someone coming in and saying, I see you tilted the fish in the other direction. That's exactly it. He's just tilted another way. He'll probably flatten back out eventually. Let's go give him a little more line. I mean, the fish can't be thrilled. He's been out of the water for like 3 days. So. Like, one of his gills has been sort of in the water. I've already full to line was ready to break. It didn't do anything. He didn't even budge. I did it many times over and over and over and over and it didn't budge. That's how we got him that high on the rock, but then he just got to a point where I couldn't pull him anymore. I'm just gonna leave it open. Though we'll never be able to make it back to the boat in time to catch him if he does get off the rock. I guess we don't make it to him before it says fish got away. And drive really fast. Read the screen, Dosh. Top one. I can't drive my rod to the fish. You know what? You're right. It doesn't exactly say... I can't put my rod in the boat. There we go. Oh, it's gone. But it's not gone. That's how you know he was stuck. Was he can't leave. My hook's free though. You can see that my hook has freed from his mouth. No, they stay. There's nowhere for him to respawn. That's not how fish in this game work. They're not out there swimming around. They spawn in when the bait goes by. Or, oh, there he goes. Rip dream, indeed. How big do you think it was? No idea. Somewhere between 30 and 50 kilos is my guess. He was quite long. Minus 3 hours of my life. This is my job, dude. Plus 3 hours of work. Now I know a bait to throw. I've been throwing that bait for 3 days to get one of those. No, I've already caught one. He did get my bait. Fucker swam off with it. It's stuck on the rock. It came free. Yeah, the biggest sturgeon that's ever been hooked. The guy fought it for like 12 IRL hours and then lost it. And not because it was stuck on a rock, because his gear exploded, I think. No, the biggest one was a 1,500 kilogram beluga that's ever been on the line. The devs told the guy how big it was. The biggest one that's been caught's 1,000 kilograms. $1,500, yeah. 1,500 is also the real record sturgeon or beluga sturgeon, like IRL. I don't believe that was a trophy Baltic sturgeon. No. I think that was like a 30 to 50 kilo one. Out of bait. I am. That was my last piece. How bad did it beat me up? Oh, not that bad. This is only like 3% friction break. I don't know where my mech was. I think this is where I got. I mean, the weekly was just set today, though. The weeklies are they just reset. All right, chat. I'm gonna go hang out with my child. I'll be back hopefully tonight. If not, it'll be another tomorrow morning stream. One of the two. Might pop on and off Russian fishing throughout the day if you're around though. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And I'll be back. Bye.